can count me down.
No, it's fine. Okay.
So when you're ready,
You can start. In 30 seconds, you go.
count, please.
I should
Count me
count you
down.
down. Okay. That's right. Did this thing change from there? Okay. All right.
Are we live? Have they connected to the studio? We cannot all succeed when half of us are held back. We call upon our sisters around the world to be brave, to embrace the strength within themselves and realize their full potential. These are words of Malala Yousafzai. She is a young girl, 17 years. That's when she was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize laureate. And for me, this is the very essence of our gathering this morning. A good number of us can't be seated on the fence and just look on. We all must rise up, tell our stories, respond to the clarion call, work hard, break the stereotypes so that we can attain gender equality. That said, I say a hearty International Women's Day to all of us women across the globe. We count this day all joy because women, our exceptional stories and achievements get to enjoy the spotlight the world over today. What makes it even more joyous for me is the inspiration and the can-do spirit that these stories plant in our young girls and young women, and how it spurs them on to dare, to take up spaces, and to believe they are able to. This year's International Women's Day is observed under the theme, Digital, Innovation and Technology for Gender Equality, a clarion call for women in all fields of endeavor to be intentional in attaining digital skills in order to be inclusive in the ongoing digital transformation of businesses and the way we live and society as a whole. The world indeed prays, and I know you are praying the same, never to see anything as COVID again. It was harrowing. However, one blessing COVID, in all its deadly nature, gave us was the new way of living. It spurred us on to innovation and technology. Things we knew we could do but never did. The possibilities we never gave chance to thrive. Think about it. During COVID, schools were migrated online. Churches were held online, and even till date, some churches are still held online. Weddings and funerals are joined remotely. The work environment has changed totally with remote working. Earning a living through content creation is on the ascendancy. Digital sales and marketing is fast becoming the most effective way of doing business. Digital is the new world, and the world keeps waking up every day to new breakthroughs and innovations. There is no better time to celebrate International Women's Day under this very theme. One of the topics that we will be treating here today, which I am particularly excited about, is demystifying digital. It's not that serious, or it's not that complicated. So from the school child to the stay-at-home mom, to you who is a home caregiver, the market woman, shop owners, even the business executives, there is a form of technological innovation that supports what you're doing and to help you improve your quality of life. And in the long run, for all of us together to attain that gender equality that we so seek. Remember, Peter Drucker says, innovate or you die. So I am very grateful to all our speakers this morning. I will be introducing them to you very shortly. And I also say thank you to all of you who are present here. Once again, if you are joining us, whether you are in the auditorium here at the Grand Arena, or you are listening to us on Joy 99.7 FM, or via Facebook at Chatterhouse Live or YouTube, I say welcome and join in the conversation. Let me also say a very big thank you to our sponsor, our own trusted geisha, or Lastama, and supported by Casapreco and BO16. My name is Edem Naite, Programs Manager, Joy 99.7 FM. I also host Home Affairs, and I am very happy to be your host. Let me also say congratulations to all of us. Please, we can give ourselves a round of applause. It's been 5 years since the International Women's Summit, so it's our 5th anniversary. Please, you can clap better. And as women, we have to start appreciating our own worth and each other's worth, seeking out strong women to befriend, to align yourself with, to learn from, to collaborate with, to be inspired by, and to support and enlightened by. These are words of Madonna. Why did I read these ones? And that is exactly how I am introducing the convener of the International Women's Summit to you. Theresa Ayowade has been doing this for 5 whole years, creating a platform for women like you and I across the social divide to get together, to inspire each other, support each other, collaborate, and appreciate the worth of each other. Ultimately, for us to keep believing in our abilities and to know that we are able, because so many of our able stories have been told on this platform, and a lot more will be told today. Thank you, Theresa, for birthing the International Women's Summit, and congratulations again on our 5th anniversary. Please, I welcome you to address us. We can do it better. 5 years. And when we talk, she says, Adam, it's not easy. And please, we're looking for sponsors to make this better. So if you're listening to us, we need all of you on board to support this cause. Please give it up for Theresa one more time.
Thank you very much, Adam. Distinguished guests, distinguished speakers, all protocols observed. Good morning and welcome to the 5th anniversary edition of the National Women's Summit and Expo. Today is International Women's Day, and I would like to wish all women here present, listening on Joy FM and all our various social media platforms, a wonderful day. Indeed, it's a great day to be a woman. The National Women's Summit and Expo is Ghana's leading conference for women, held in commemoration of International Women's Day, as we join women around the world in the global conversations on womanhood. On this day, we also acknowledge and celebrate the progress and achievements of women in various fields of endeavor to motivate and inspire the next generation to reach their fullest potential by rising above societal limitations. It's absolutely wonderful seeing the cross-section of women present here today, and I'm sure listening online and on Joy FM. It's also great to see you all here gathered post-COVID. We miss seeing all your faces, and we'd like more of you to show up here today. It's going to be a wonderful time here today. As we celebrate our 5th anniversary, I've been reflecting on our journey over the past 5 years and cannot help but marvel at the great strides women are making across various endeavors. Taking a quick look at some of the themes of IWD over the years, from Press for Progress, Choose to Challenge, Break the Bias, and to this year's Embrace Equity and Digital. I believe the National Women's Summit has succeeded in creating awareness of the gender parity issues affecting women globally and right here in Ghana. The Ghanaian women have been encouraged, inspired, and empowered to stand up and be more intentional in pursuing gender parity for themselves. I believe we are now more able to identify and call out gender biases in our homes, work, and society in general, and advocating for ourselves and other women. The rise of the Ghanaian women can also be seen in the increase in women in top management positions of companies, leadership roles, as well as in entrepreneurship, especially e-commerce. This brings me to our theme for this year, digital, innovation and technology for gender equality. I was very excited to see this theme because I believe the time is ripe for women to be having deliberate conversations about digital inclusion. Women have suffered over centuries from so many gender issues, from gender violence, unpaid work, the gender pay gap, inadequate political representation, employment inequality, and so many more. I mean, can you believe that a few years ago, women needed permission from their husbands to get a passport? Can you imagine that? Women were not allowed to drive. So if we look at the journey that we have traveled along the years, I think we have made giant strides, and we all deserve a round of applause. And so we certainly do not want to be left out in the whole world's digital transformation. Women, the future is digital, but guess what? The future is now. We are living in the digital era right now. We are in the digital revolution, and we cannot be left behind. Let it not be said of our generation years to come that we failed to move on with the digital revolution and have let digital inclusiveness become a gender issue in the future. We will be digitally inclusive. To this, all women must be deliberate and intentional about acquiring and updating their digital skills to be at par with the pace of development. And it's moving very fast. Now we hear of things like Internet of Things, robotics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, augmented reality, big data, and real-time analytics, digital twin, API-based integrations. Gosh, we just need to be nimble, ladies. We need to be nimble about this so we do not get left behind. And let it not be said that our generation dropped the ball. This morning, we have here with us a highly distinguished and what I call an eclectic bevy of tech ladies across varied industries who are championing digital transformation in the spaces they find themselves. They will be sharing their personal stories of digital transformation and showing us how to embark and enhance our own digital transformation. We'll be having conversations as Edem mentioned earlier. And so, dear guests, I end here by saying a big thank you to our sponsors, and our speakers today, our speakers who are in such high demand and could have been at so many other places today, but chose to be here. Our keynote speaker, Ethel Cofie, I say thank you for being here. She's a powerful tech business leader and founder of Women in Tech Africa and chair of the government's ICT Sector Skills Board. We have our plenary speakers, Regina Honu, CEO and founder of Soronko Academy, Mariam Ajiman-Wahin, Group Head Digital Marketing, Lesogo Holdings, Thelma Kwe, Chief Digital Infrastructure Skills and Empowerment Officer from the Smart Africa Secretariat in Rwanda. She'll be joining us all the way from Rwanda. Akosua Anobil, creator of Tech in Ghana and founder of AB20. Venusteria, Director of Business and Corporate Communications of Now Available Africa. And Tara Fela Durotoye, CEO, House of Tara International, joining us all the way from Nigeria. A round of applause to our wonderful speakers who have really cleared their calendars to be here with us today. I also wish to express our sincere gratitude to our sponsors and partners who have made this event possible today. To our very own trusted Geisha Soap and Unilever, we appreciate your celebration of the resilience and resourcefulness of women and your long-lasting care. To Gandor, for your lovely gifts to our guests. To Kasapreku for sponsoring our refreshments and a happy hour this evening. And of course, to Joy FM for continuously believing in this event and throwing your full weight behind it. Because we know you believe in women. You've been with us since the journey and we really appreciate you. To Bella Kwa and to the entire team of Charterhouse for your continuous hard work on this project. As we say, it is really a labor of love. Today, I personally pledge to become digitally inclusive. I will not be left behind. Together, let's embrace equity in all areas of our lives. Thank you, and have a wonderful time with us today.
Thank you very much, Theresa. Please, we can do it for her one more time. I don't know about you, but she inspires me a lot. She has her hands in a lot of things, and she's almost excellent at all of them. Now, let me tell you a little bit of our keynote speaker today. Are you ready for that? Great. So she's named one of the top 5 women influencing technology across Africa. You have to listen carefully, especially our young ones here. These things will inspire you to want to get there tomorrow. So it's not just something I am reading, but it's just so you pick inspiration from it. So she's named one of the top 5 women influencing technology across Africa. Ethel Cofie is an entrepreneur, author, global speaker, and board chair who until recently was one of the advisory voices for tech and digitalization for the Office of the Vice President, Ghana. As an entrepreneur, she founded and built a Pan-African consulting brand called Edel Technology Consulting that works primarily on board and C-level businesses and digital information advisory. Edel Technology Consulting was named IT Consulting Firm of the Year by the telecoms and IT industry in Ghana in 2017. Her work in supporting women leadership includes Women in Tech Africa, WITA, Africa's largest women in tech group, with members in over 30 African countries and in the diaspora and growing. In 2019, WITA was awarded the UN Equals Award in New York during the UN General Assembly Week. That's big. I thought you would applaud that. She authored her first book in 2020, titled Pursuit of the Gazelle, a series of essays on technology ecosystems in Africa, and has had her opinion pieces featured on CNN, BBC, and other influential media. She sits on numerous boards, including one of West Africa's largest insurance firms, fintech and logistics startups across East and West Africa, and is chair of the Ghana Government ICT Sector Skills Board. She is involved with design and implementation of computer science curriculum for technical universities. Her awards include Glitz Ghana Woman of the Year Technology Award, and recognized as Africa's most influential woman in business and government for ICT by CEO Global. Please, with a resounding round of applause, let's welcome Ethel Cofie, our keynote speaker for today. Please do it better. Let's continue to do it.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I was hoping I'd get a mic to hold. So that I can walk around. Otherwise, this is a little hard for me. Okay. Thank you for the invitation, Theresa and the rest of Charterhouse. It's an honor to be invited to speak. Now, the topic is, hello, thank you. Thank you. The topic is digital inclusion is a very, for those of us in the space, it's a very relevant topic. Now, I worried a little bit about how we could translate that topic to a wider mass audience, right? So if I was talking to my techies, this was maybe a simpler for me to talk about. So I'm going to try and speak to the different people that should be hearing the conversation about digital inclusion. Because quite frankly, I think that it's not women that should be talking to other women about digital inclusion. We should be talking to, the policymakers should be in the room, the people that make the decisions, the people that make the strategies. They are the ones that are really going to implement the digital inclusivity. So I want to start to talk about the different areas, and then we'll see how it goes. So I'll tell you a little bit of my story, and for some of the younger ones here, and how I got into tech. So by the time I had gotten to secondary school, one of the things that was very odd for me was when I got to secondary school, I realized that there was a whole number of girls that were thought that because they were girls, they couldn't be good at maths. And it used to be very odd for me because I didn't realize that your gender and your genitals dictated how good you could be at math. But a lot of young girls had been taught that. And I go back and I remember an incident in JSS, I'm aging myself, in junior secondary school where I think there were like top 5 in math or something, and there were 2 or 3 girls. Like there were 2 girls, the first 2, and then the rest were boys. And then the teacher said, so you boys have just sat there for these girls to be beating you at math. Now that I'm older, I realize how much we are excluding our girls at a very early age by saying things like this to them. When you're saying to boys, why let girls beat you? You're telling them that, girls are, in terms of math, girls are beneath them and they should do better. And you're telling the girls that this is not their space, right? So part of the conversation about digital inclusivity is the conversations we're having at home with our kids and the conversations our teachers are having with our children. Otherwise, they are dropping off before we reach the decision-making points. Now, honestly, when I got to secondary school, I was sure I was going to become a doctor. I was very sure. And then I didn't like my biology teacher. So I didn't like my biology teacher, so that ended my career in wanting to become a doctor. After I left secondary school, I was not sure what it is that I was going to do. There were conversations about going to engineering, whatever. But the thing that pushed me was not that, you could be, you were math inclined and you could do these things. Well, it was the thing that someone told me about the fact that I could use computers to create, right? It was that I could dream up something, I could have an idea for something, and I could build it on a computer. And that was the thing that caused me to go on and do a degree in computer science and a master's in software engineering. That point. I want to sort of wrap up this particular point by saying that where it comes to our sisters and our daughters and inclusivity, we have to ensure that they understand that, yes, math is hard, but anything worth doing is worth applying yourself. So it's not that, I am mathematically inclined. It is that if I make the effort, if I put in the work, I then make myself open for careers I mean, there are young women that have built tech companies that are raising millions of dollars and affecting the world. Why are we preventing our daughters, our sisters, from going into that space? That's something to think about. I'd like to tell a story of a young lady I met in Kenya a couple of years ago. She's now a very good friend of mine, Paris. So Paris, just to tell the story of inclusivity of young girls, Paris sort of, I think she came from a village town in Kenya and then went to university. And then after university, she came back and started to build a platform that enabled farmers to be able to track the things on their farms and then create access for banks to be able to see what the farm's capabilities were so they could get loans. So we're saying that if you don't include your girls from all communities, you will not see the solutions that can be built to solve the problems that we've been dealing with for millennia. And then maybe the next thing I want to go to is that it's the next group of people here is the professional women and what it means to be digitally inclusive. And I'll just pick a small trend in there. So, I don't know, 12 years ago, 15 years ago, when I made a decision in my career, the decision was that I was going to have a very visible career. So a career that was visible to the people that would be able to open doors for me and give me opportunities. And I use digital to do that. How did I do that? It was really simple. I started out by saying, well, okay, so I have these skill sets. How do I showcase them? And I started by writing. This is something you could do without digital. But digital then enabled me to have reach, right? So I started writing, at the time I started writing about mobile money. This was a long time ago before it's a big deal, right? I started writing about mobile money. I would do my research. I was working in a telco at that point, yeah. So I'd write all these articles and then I'd put them online. So your social medias, your digital platforms, and then I had a website. I will tell you this, that website, I think, became the most read mobile money blog in Accra, if you look at the numbers. But also that opened up opportunities for me. So there's an interesting story of the company I was working for at the time. So a C-level executive came and said, oh, I've seen this, really well-written, researched articles, about mobile money. At the time, mobile money was getting launched in Ghana quite a bit. And we can use this data and this person, we really should consult this person because this person knows what they're about. And they were talking to my boss. So my boss said, she's down there. She's just down the hall. You can go talk to her. And that had a positive impact on my career. I was included in the launches of quite a few of the platforms. It also opened doors for speaking opportunities because then the more people could find me, the more they were able to access me. So thank you. So from a professional point of view, I'm not going to be here and say use this app or use that app. I think that's, Google is your friend, that will work. But what I'm saying is that the things that you need to do to build your career, example, creating visibility for yourself, digital is great for, and digital can open doors for you. And I'm sure that there are stories here about people that have used digital to build a following and to build career opportunities. Can somebody tell me when I'm getting close to my time? Because I didn't really time myself. Then the next audience I'm going to address is policymakers and governments. So when you want to have the conversation about inclusivity, you have to have two types of conversation. You have to have access and you have to have affordability. So access meaning that if I'm in a village in northern Ghana, I should have a modicum of internet. I should be able to get access to a smartphone. I should be able to get access to the equipment and digital, and that starts even in the schools, right, from computer labs. That's, in terms of policy, we need to design policies that give people access to these things. The next part of that is affordability. So one of the global pushes is to ensure that data in a country should cost 1% of the average salary in a country. Why? Because there is a direct correlation between increased use of internet and growth in GDP. I mean, it's a straight line. You can see it, right? So the more people you give access to the internet to, I know sometimes the conversation is that the kids are abusing the internet and they're using it to, fine. But even in that level of access, there are opportunities to learn, right? And so imagine children in a rural village being able to access the level of learning that the kids in Accra access. Imagine that the kids in Accra are able to access the level of technological learning that the kids in San Francisco are learning. That's what access and affordability means. And so part of that conversation is, if you are, and you know, we've done some work with the Vice President's office and also with the Skill Sector Board. Part of that conversation is, how can we make the barrier for entry for young and old easier, lowering that boundary, that is the ability to afford a smartphone, the ability to afford internet, in a way where everybody can access it. Imagine that the woman that sells shea butter to a middle person in Accra, who then exports it, has direct access to the buyers outside the country. Her visibility, just understanding who's buying from her, who's selling from her, means that she can make more money versus the middle person who buys it from her at a cheap price and puts a really high markup on it, and then goes to sell it outside. So it's not just for the kids, it's for women doing business. I know that the numbers show that Ghana has the highest numbers of women entrepreneurs per capita globally. So there are a lot of us, right? There are a lot of us. So the conversation about digital inclusivity is about how are we ensuring that those women can go to the next level in what they sell and what they export by being able to access digital tools. Then I would like to conclude by talking about the tech industry itself. So Regina is here. So Regina, remember, we were one of the few first, eh? We were one of the few first women in tech. And so when we started, there were a lot more barriers than there are now for the women behind us. There are about 20 women in the whole of Africa, so not just sub-Saharan Africa, North Africa, who've raised, in terms of startup funding, over $3 million. That's not enough. We need more young women, more women being able to go out and raise millions of dollars to build tech startups in Ghana and in Africa. Ghana has created for itself a bit of a niche in what we call agri-tech, so technology for the agricultural space. There are companies like Farmerline, Tractor, that have built solutions that will help our subsistence farmers do more and do better. Now, the conversation then goes back to governments and policymakers about how you create an enabling environment for people to easily not just start a company, but be able to, from Ghana to the world, right, be able to take that company from Ghana and expand it all over the continent. When we started Women in Tech Africa, we were just a couple of women in Ghana. And we were able to take that from one country to now women across 30 African countries because we had an enabling environment. If you don't create enabling environments, you are not going to get your next woman, excuse me, multi-millionaire, multi-billionaire. Excuse me. So I think my cough has told me it's time to get off stage. So, thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. I think the air is a little dry. So here's where I wrap up. That digital inclusivity is not one person's job. It is multiple hands across multiple sectors. We need women in their professional lives to be able to begin to take digital paths to build their career. We need young women to be able to think through digital careers, not just the ones you see, programmer, content creator, even the ones that are not common, to working in AI, working in data protection, working in spaces. I'm seeing a lot of women in cybersecurity now. And to be honest, women should be better at cybersecurity than most people should be. So there are a lot of hands that need to come together. And we all need, in our respective, from governments to professionals, to the teachers that teach our kids, to all work in tandem to ensure that we have inclusivity of digital. Thank you very much.
Mothers of Africa.
Mama, will I ever be a soccer champion for Ghana?
Well, you've got to be like a geisha ball. Stay strong and go so far. Never give up till you reach your goal.
Okay, Mama, I'll be strong and go so far, lasting long like this geisha ball.
Be strong and last long.
Like geisha.
Welcome to the Jack Ma's Foundation Africa's Business Hero Show.
Last century, the bigger the better. This century, business, the smaller the better.
Sometimes as an entrepreneur, you can see what nobody else can see. And sometimes what you want to do doesn't exist, but you can see it enough to pursue it and fight for it.
This is a great business. But this business is about marketing. You've got to understand who is your customer.
Small is nothing wrong. Make it very simple.
The road of entrepreneurship is going to be tough, but what you shouldn't forget is you take care of your family.
I think I have more confidence in Africa, more confidence in the young people and entrepreneurs, and we will continue to do it.
Thank you very much for being here and for paying attention. Our young ones over here, any of you aspiring to take up the challenge that Ethel threw to us? Do we have some of you aspiring to see yourself in tech? Can I see your hands up? Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you any questions. Reason you don't want to interact with me, I won't ask you any questions. It's still the International Women's Summit. This is the 5th anniversary, and we are very excited about it. We have been doing this for 5 whole years. It's been a good one, and once again, I want to say thank you to Theresa for birthing this, and for following through with it every year in, year out until we are 5 years. We have some exhibition going on as well, so when we are done, you want to pass through, have questions. There are going to be some workshops as well, so you want to stay and make sure that you're getting the goodness of the day before you go. Now, I also want to say a very big thank you to my team, Team Joy FM, for consistently supporting this, and this year also to our sponsors, Geisha or Lastama, and then to Casa Preco and BO16. Now, let me take this opportunity to welcome on stage Nanaya Kisi. She is the Category Marketing Director for Beauty and Personal Care for Unilever Ghana and Francophone Africa. She's also the founder of Supermoms Club in Unilever. Please, let's welcome Nanaya Kisi on stage. Is Nanaya around?
Hello, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me first use this opportunity to celebrate all the amazing women out there and to wish each and every one of you a happy International Women's Day. IWD happens to be one of the favorite dates for me in the year. And it's so because it is the day where we get to celebrate the strength, the courage, the resilience and tenacity of women all around the world. It's also the day where we get to recognize the achievement of women and affords us the opportunity to reflect on the journey we've been on so far in our quest to become a gender equity society. And so once again, I wish you all a happy celebration. As Unilever, the decision to be the headline sponsor of this very important summit with one of our flagship brands, Geisha, was not a difficult one to make. Our purposeful brand, Geisha, is deeply rooted in the core values of strength and resilience of mothers and women out there. And over the years, we have celebrated and supported women who have done exemplary work in diverse spheres of life. And today, we will be sharing one of such very touching stories with you, one that I believe most of us here will be able to identify with. I must say that I'm particularly thrilled about the theme for this year's celebration, as the world continues to change rapidly and technology is moving at an even faster yet exciting pace. And it's very heartwarming and inspiring to see more women venture into the field of technology. Today, our keynote speaker, Madam Ethel Cofie, is one whom I have a lot of admiration for because she's been a trailblazer, a pace setter, and a role model, helping to pave the way for young girls to excel in the universe of technology. And Geisha celebrates her for her resilience and strength and all the achievements that she had made. I firmly believe that irrespective of the field of work we are in, we need to be intentional about boosting our digital skills and capacity because the world of work is changing and we need to be able to adapt to that change as well. And so I would encourage all of us to take this up so that it's not just about making our voices heard, but we will continue to make our impact felt. Let me thank our organizers, Charterhouse, for consistently running the International Women's Day Summit, 5 years and counting, for creating this much needed platform and for making impact. Once again, I wish us all a happy International Women's Day. Like Geisha, may we continue to find the strength and resilience as we continue on the journey to drive gender equity. Thank you.
So why natural and what does it mean to you?
Well, one day you realize you will not be 21 forever. So you want to make the best choice to help you stay your best, not just today, but always. We don't get to choose many things in this life. So I choose to use the best soap that helps me look all natural always.
So wait, what soap do you use?
I use Geisha African Strength, that is the Moringa and Black soap, to give my skin a soft and glowing look. And it's for all skin types.
Wow, that's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So wait, you're saying that the natural girl is not just a song?
No, it's not just a song. Being natural is a lifestyle, and it's naturally easier with Geisha.
New Geisha African Strength, Black and Moringa soap. Look your best, not just today, but always.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the ball rolling. The Africa Netpreneur Summit.
Promoting entrepreneurship is critically important to secure and sustainable future.
Young people are the hope of Africa.
We must create an enabling environment to unleash their entrepreneurial skills for national and continental development.
In 1 hour, 115 people die in Africa due to lack of clean and safe water.
Entrepreneurship is about overcoming your fear. To begin to solve a problem, you must understand it.
The continent needs to know that they have such amazing talent.
Well, I believe being African today is a true blessing.
Dreams do come true with a lot of hard work. Thank you so much, Mr. Jackman.
Release your job, release the time, release your trade, release the stress, release the love, forget the rest.
I'm gonna let down my hair, cause I lost my mind. B is back and I'm sleeping real good at night. The queen's in the front and the dom's in the back. Ain't taking no flicks, but the whole click snap. There's a whole lot of people in the house, trying to smoke with the yak in your mouth. And we back outside. You said you outside, but you ain't that outside. Worldwide hoodie with the mask outside. In case you forgot how we act outside. Motivation. I can found me a new foundation, yeah. Taking my new salvation. And I'ma build my own foundation, yeah. Oh, baby, baby, you won't break my soul. 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 And I'm telling everybody, yeah. You don't seek it, you won't see it, that we all know. Can't break my soul. If you don't think it, you won't be it, that love ain't yours. Can't break my soul. Trying to fake it never makes it, that we all know. Can't break my soul. You have the stress and I'll take less, I'll justify love. We go round in circles, searching for love. We go up and down, lost and found, searching for love. Looking for something that lives inside me. For something that lives inside me. You won't break my soul. 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 And everybody, and I grew strong, and I learned how to get along, and so you're back from outer space. I just walked in to find you here with that sad look upon your face. I should have changed that stupid lock. I should have made you leave your key. If I'd have known for just 1 second you'd be back to bother me. Oh, now go, walk out the door. Just turn around now, 'cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye?
question like this. Are we a lost generation of our people? Add us to equations, but they'll never make us equal. She who writes the movie on the script and the sequel. So why ain't the stealing of my rights made illegal? They keep us underground, working hard for the greedy. But when it's time to pay, they turn around and call us needy. My crown too heavy like the Queen Nefertiti. Give me back my pyramid, I'm trying to free Kansas City. Mix and master minds like your name Bernie Grubbin. Well, I'ma keep leading like a young Harry Dubbin. You can take my wings, but I'm still gon' fly. And even when you edit me, the booty don't lie. Yeah, I keep singing, I'ma keep writing songs. I'm tired of Marvin asking me what's going on. March through the streets, cause I'm willing and I'm able. Categorize me, I defy every label. And while you selling dope, we gon' keep selling hope. We rising up now, you gotta deal, you gotta cope. Will you be electric chic, electric ladies, will you sleep? Or will you preach? Girls, we run this mother. Yeah. Girls, we run this mother. Yeah. Girls, we run this mother. Yeah. Girls, we run this mother. Who run the world? Girls. 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 Who run this mother? Who run this mother? Who run this mother? Who run
girls to shrink themselves, to make themselves smaller. We say to girls, you can have ambition, but not too much. You should aim to be successful, but not too successful, otherwise you will threaten the man. Because I am female, I'm expected to aspire to marriage. I'm expected to make my life choices, always keeping in mind that marriage is the most important. Now, marriage can be a source of joy and love and mutual support. But why do we teach girls to aspire to marriage and we don't teach boys the same? We raise girls to see each other as competitors, not for jobs or for accomplishments, which I think can be a good thing, but for the attention of men. We teach girls that they cannot be sexual beings in the way that boys are. Feminist, a person who believes in the social, political, and economic equality of the sexes.
You wake up, post up, round in it, flossing on it. This diamond, my diamond. This rock, my rock. I woke up like this. I woke up like this. We flawless. Ladies, tell them I woke up like this. I woke up like this. We flawless. Ladies, tell them say I look so good tonight. Say I look so good tonight. Mama taught me good home training. My daddy taught me how to love my haters. My sister told me I should speak my mind. My man made me feel so fine. You wake up, post up, round in it.
I know we are all enjoying the music. I know we are all enjoying the music. This is a very special panel discussion that we are going to have. So it's a very special setup. It takes a little bit of time. So whilst we do that, I was enjoying the dancing and the grooving. But there was one question that we had especially for the panel. But I thought it would be interesting if we could do a quick open floor and see if we have a very interesting person with us today. I know that there's a fantastic answer to this question, so we'll take one quick answer and then we'll hop on to our next session. So the question very simply is, tell us your digital journey. Tell us how you got into digital. It's just one simple question, one quick question, and then we'll begin our next session. How did you get into digital? Yes, okay. I see a hand in the back, and then I see someone pointing to someone and saying she has a really good story. We'll take our volunteer, and then we'll come to Madame.
Thank you very much. So my digital journey started as a result of the coronavirus, where we had restrictions in going out, because before that my business wasn't very active on the internet, like on social media, but because of the restrictions I had no other option than to make my business digital, and it's been very amazing. Thank you.
So since you were so courageous and so bold, why don't you tell us the name of your business? Promotional opportunity.
Thank you. So the name of my business is perfectblush.gh on Instagram.
Perfectblush.gh on Instagram. Let's support each other. We'll take one more and then we'll hop right into our next session.
My digital journey started in 2015 when I was working in an edutech startup. And in 2017, I started to be part of a GDG Luanda, Google organized group. In 2019, I became a Woman Tech Maker Ambassador. And now I'm EIT in MES to try to become an entrepreneur in digital field. Thank you.
Woo! We have She Rose here with us. Thank you very much. It's very nice to meet you. It's my pleasure. Let me check with my co-MC. Perhaps she wants to introduce our panelists together with me.
All right, thank you very much and for your patience and all. Besides, today is International Women's Day. We're celebrating women, so we're not hurrying anywhere, are we? We're having all the conversations today. We are pampering ourselves today. We're networking today and we're bonding together today. So have all the patience as we go through this. So we're going on to our panel conversation now. And this is what I love to do best. Once I sit down, I have the microphone. I am excited. So we're going to be having conversations around these two topics. I mentioned the first one earlier, and I'm actually looking forward to the responses that will be coming through for that. Demystifying digital. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. So we're going to have conversations that will demystify digital. And we say the future is digital. Women inclusion in the digital future of work. That is going to be the other topic we will be discussing, but we'll be doing all of them together. So you might want to start?
Yes. So on our panel, of course, we had to have the she of she's here this morning. We have Madame Regina Hunu, who is the CEO and founder of Soronko Academy. We also have with us Madame Mariam Ajiman Boahin, who is the group head of digital marketing, Letsogo Holdings. Also joining our panel this morning is Madame Thelma Quay, who is the Chief Digital Infrastructure Skills and Empowerment Officer at Smart Africa Secretariat, Rwanda. Madame Akosua Annabelle, of course, is here with us. She is the creator of Tech in Ghana, and she is the founder of AB 2020 Places. I have a very interesting story about this fabulous woman. I'll share it very soon. Very, very interesting. Isn't she fabulous and tall and all kinds of yummy? We also have Madame Na Kokwe Essa, who is the head of communication for the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization. Forgive me, I was trying to confirm if that should be honorable. So please forgive me. It should be honorable, isn't it? Yes. Honorable Madame Na Kokwe Essa.
All right, so I will. May I also invite to the podium Madame Venus Teria. We met last week Saturday and had very beautiful conversations. So please welcome Venus. And then we are also going to be joined by Thelma Quay on Zoom. Now I'd like to tell you bits, not too much, because what I'm going to read to you is not all they have done, but I will tell you bits and pieces of the work they have done. Let me start with Madame Akosua Annabelle. Where thou art, great. Akosua is a deeply connected communications consultant with over 20 years experience in developing niche concepts, global and digital media, PR, event management, and building strategic partners across Ghana and the UK. She is founder of AB 2020, She is founder of AB 2020, which promotes and fosters entrepreneurs, innovators, and enablers in Africa, and the creator of Tech in Ghana, a high-level industry platform that has earned her recognition as one of the top 100 most influential leaders in the UK tech sector by the Financial Times. Akosua's diverse portfolio encompasses bespoke media campaigns, Ghana business and trade missions, productions for American TV network BET, radio presenting in London, and the management of Africa tech and investment conferences, live music events, awards, ceremonies, celebrity lunches, and youth development projects. Please give it up for Akosia Annobel. Like I said, these are not show-offs. It just tells you that people have worked and you've got to aspire to get there too. Regina, hi, great. Are you going to be on drive time this afternoon? I am told you may be on drive time this afternoon. On Joy FM, maybe. All right, great. Wow. We will finish introducing Regina tomorrow. Regina is the CEO of Shronko Academy. Please, when it's okay, then you tell me it's okay, okay? A leading technology, coding, and digital skills development center in Africa, pioneering the way for young people, especially women and girls, to realize their economic potential, equipping them with the technical and soft skills they need to attain dignified, fulfilling jobs and overcome the gender gap in technology. The Academy, which is the first coding and human-centered design academy for West Africa, has trained over 24,000 women and girls and has expanded to train boys. Please, can I be admitted into the Academy? Okay, great. I thought I was too old for it. Okay, let me pick it up from somewhere. Women and, okay, expanded to train boys, men, and children with disabilities. Regina was recently named one of the 2021 Codes Africa Innovators list. Wow. A dynamic group of over 2,000 women from 12 countries and 15 sectors whose work dispels the myth that women are primarily focused on social sectors as opposed to areas that drive economies. Since September 2021, she has been appointed as a leadership champion and observer of the governing committee of Women Entrepreneurs Finance Initiative, WeFi, is it? The World Bank. WeFi is a collaborative partnership among 14 governments, 8 multilateral development banks, MDBs, and other public and private sector stakeholders, hosted by the World Bank Group. They seek to address financial and non-financial constraints faced by women-owned, led small and medium enterprises in developing countries. I told you that if I have to go through all of it, we will finish tomorrow. But you get the import of what she's been doing, right? Great. So let me also bring to the stage Tara Fela Durotoye. Did I get the name right? I tried. Please clap for me. Tara is the founder and current CEO, House of Tara International, who started the trend of bridal makeup profession in Nigeria. In a series of firsts, she launched the first bridal directory in Nigeria in 1999. She set up the first makeup studio in 2004 and established the country's first makeup school in 2005, launched the Tara product line, and hosted Nigeria's first makeup conference in 2014. Please, a round of applause for all the firsts. She has empowered over 8,000 young ladies with the Tara Beauty Entrepreneur Initiative that makes them economically independent while building their entrepreneurial skills for national transformation. Under her leadership, House of Tara Business Case Study was researched and written by Stanford University and currently being used by Ivy League institutions. OMG. You want to clap for that as well. So, in fact, I will skip a lot of them and go to this one. She is an alumnus of the Lagos Business School Chief Executive Program. You know why I went to that? So that you don't sit down and think that, oh, say makeup deal, debut. You heard that. She is an alumnus of Lagos Business School Chief Executive Program, INSEAD Abu Dhabi, and the Stanford Seed Transformation Program, and the Harvard Kennedy School having completed the global leadership and public policy in the 21st century. She was recognized by the World Economic Forum as a Young Global Leader 2013, Forbes list of 20 Young Power Women in Africa 2013 and 2020. I'm unable to pronounce this one. Can you help me? Something you did in France, the school. You have your microphone, Tara.
I can't help you, sorry.
Oh. Okay. So, I'll spell it. Choisu.
Oh, Choisil.
Choisil. I'm happy I didn't try. Choisil Institute of France, top 100 young African business leaders under 40 2014. And Tara is happily married to Fela Durotoye and is blessed with 3 sons. Welcome, Tara.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. We also have Venus Teria. Venus is fondly known as Create BizMinds. That's it? Someone who bridges the gap between the business, creative, and digitech spaces. A transformation and growth leadership, she helps businesses. That's brands, NGOs, fintech, digitech, startups, and many more. She leverages on digital and technology to grow businesses. And direct, connect, build, grow is her formula for success. Please, put it down. She unearths, connects, builds, and grows, and that's her formula for success. Venus is a management team member and director of business and corporate communications as multi-award-winning agency. Now Available Africa, the most awarded agency in Ghana for work in the digital space, and are credited for their contribution to transforming Ghana's medical landscape over the past 10 years to one which is digital inclusive. As one of the founding agency members, Venus has played an integral role in growing the agency from a startup new market entrant to a leading multi-award-winning advertising communications agency that leads in digital and integrated communications in Africa. Venus is one of the co-founders of Digital Foundation Africa, while she champions the Get Her in Digital initiative. She is also the creator of multi-award-winning Ghanaian brand Cinev Couture. Aside her work in the business and creative and digitech spaces, Venus is a fencer in Ghana's national fencing team and a committee member of the Advertising Association of Ghana, associate member of CIMG, and an active member of the Executive Women's Network. Please give it up for Venus. Can you please give me a spot of music while I catch my breath? The women are overing me.
So many reasons why I want you for you, my love. Now you want to retire with my
Thelma will be joining us via Zoom. Thelma Kwe is a technology expert with over 17 years of experience working with telecom, ICTs, and banking in various capacities. She is committed to helping African countries create a more prosperous future and ensuring that their citizens can benefit from the advancement in technology. She is also an advocate for women and girls in STEM. In her current role as the Chief Digital Infrastructure Skills and Empowerment Officer at the Smart Africa, she provides expertise to governments across Africa to transition into a digital economy for the benefit of their citizens. Hi, Thelma. We see you.
Hi, I see you too. Thank you for having me.
Great. And I think I will finally be introducing Marian Kalim Ajiman Buahen. Am I right? Great. Marian is a seasonal fireball marketer. Let me take that again. Marian is a seasonal fireball marketer, brand consultant, and fintech professional. A A well-rounded professional with an entrepreneurial attitude and a desire to challenge the status quo. Lead by example aimed at creating incremental value-add experiences for the customer. Her 14 years illustrious professional journey started off in experiential marketing with Media WizKids, a subsidiary of MMRS Ogilvy, Swivel Marketing, an East African experiential company. Her excellence in experiential marketing propelled her into the telecom industry. She joined telecom giant Vodafone. Within 2 years, she had risen to head of brand engagement and sponsorship. Please, are you still there? Doing the same work? Very good. Following her success in Vodafone Ghana, Marion made another change in industry, this time to banking. She joined Standard Chartered as the country manager for brand and marketing and sponsorship, and later transitioned to digital marketing as the head of digital banking, financial inclusion, and corporate partnership. Marion is currently the group head of digital marketing at Lashio Holdings Limited, a retail financial institution where she is translating the group marketing brand across Southern, East, and West Africa. And I like how it ended. They've written the end. Ladies, you're all welcome to this conversation. Please pick your microphones up and then turn them on. Please, let's hear everybody say hello, hello, hello. You want to say one word to everybody seated here? Let's start with you. So just a word, to our audience, and then we can get into the conversation.
Hello, ladies.
Please respond, though. Great.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, they're gentlemen.
Hello, everybody. I just want to take an opportunity to thank Charterhouse and Teresa and the team for inviting me today. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Please, I like energy. So maybe as I'm speaking, we might all just get up and dance.
Oh, yeah. We're ready for that.
Hello, everybody.
Great. So let me come to you, Thelma, because I understand you have to leave us very soon. Thelma, you can hear me, right? Great.
Yes, I can hear you.
Now, can you, how far on the digital skills spectrum is Africa? And what progress has been made in promoting and, acquisition of digital skills, especially for women?
Thank you, and my apologies. It's Women's Day today, and there are so many engagements. So, apologies. I have to leave a bit earlier. But once again, thank you, Teresa, for having me. In terms of the landscape of Africa, you would realize that a lot of the metrics that is being measured for Africa is lagging. But I like to always start from the positive perspective because it really matters how you tell your story. Now, within the digital skills domain, if you tiered them, if you layered them into, let's say, basic, intermediary, and advanced, surprisingly, on the advanced level, Africa is way ahead in terms of the world average. And that's why you would see a lot of these big techs looking into Africa for skill sets. So for that, I'd like to really emphasize on that yeah, we may be lagging on other places, but not not with the advanced digital skills.
That's good to know.
That doesn't mean though that there's no room for improvement. There's still room for improvement. However, when it comes to the basic digital skills and the intermediary, there's quite a lot that we need to do. We are lagging behind, and a lot of this is really due to access. A lot of our women do not have access to technology. A lot of them, up to this day, some women still have to stay at home just because they are women. And so they don't have the access to education, and hence no access also to technology. So on that front, there's a lot we need to do. And from where I sit with an African perspective, there are quite a number of initiatives that are going on with World Bank, with Africa Union, but also within my domain at Smart Africa, we created something called the Smart Africa Digital Academy. And where we started is really with the policymakers. And it's very intentional because we could go on and train women, and let's say train about 3,000 women, but then 5 years down the line, more young girls would come into this world, and then we need to repeat it again. So we thought that why don't we start it from a policy angle? So when the policymakers understand that this is a need and they imbibe it in the regulations and the laws of the country, then it becomes more sustainable and long-lasting. And it's very interesting also that Africa has the highest number of women ministers when it comes to ICT. So a lot of the ministers of ICT, ministers of communication, ministers of digital economy in Africa are women, which is very good. So then when you sell the story to them, it's very easy. And now the approach that we also take is to sell the story to them in an economic manner. For me, these policymakers, if you don't talk about it in monetary terms, it's hard for them to understand. So if you tell them, for instance, look, for us to be able to transform our economy, there are three main pillars that we need. There is human capital, there is, of course, your natural resources, and there are all other forms of fiscal instruments. Now, if you look at human capital being a huge pillar of transforming your economy, and you are leaving more than 50% of your human capital out, in sub-Saharan Africa, we are losing more than 2.3 billion a year. That is a conversation that they understand. And we've seen a lot of activities going on across Africa to be able to put in the right policies, put in the right framework, the right infrastructure to bring women on board. And that's something that I'm very, very happy with, proud of. It's slow, but it's something that is moving in the right direction.
Okay, great.
So,
I mean, initially, prior to this conversation, I actually thought that when it comes to tech, we were nowhere. But it is looking like we are at both extreme ends of the divide, where you have women who can't even access technological tools at all, so have no knowledge whatsoever. And then we have women who are also very advanced. So there is a middle ground that a lot more people can play at, right? But then let me find out from you, and I'm happy we started from, the more complicated question, and now I'm bringing it to, before you go, what makes people actually see tech as, a mystery? You have your phone, and this thing can talk back at you. You can say something to it, and it is acting. And there are some people who just can't understand it and feel like this whole idea of tech and technological advancements and innovation is just too complicated and it's a mystery and wouldn't want to go near it at all. Last week on Home Affairs, Theresa was saying something that in the office, a simple thing that you should be able to use your laptop, your computer to do, a woman feels like this is not my space. Let me go and look for the IT guy. Let me go and look for this person to come and do it for me. We had that conversation on Saturday morning, and by 9 a.m., I found myself going through a challenge like that, and I was very ashamed, So what's making us not appreciate tech and see it so complicated and see it as a mystery that has to be unraveled?
Okay, so before I answer that, just to correct that, in terms of the advanced skills that Africa is way ahead, it's a mixture of men and women. It's not only the women. With women making maybe about 30% of that's
still impressive.
Demographic. So, yeah. Now, why is tech a mystery? I think it's from our upbringing, and Ethel earlier said it so well. Why would the maths teacher tell the boys that you've sat down for the girls to beat you. So it's from our upbringing. And in fact, if you Googled toys, or if you Googled puzzles or toys for boys, for instance, you'd see that puzzles would come up. Things that are related to STEM, things that are related to robotics would come up. But if you Googled toys for girls, you'll see Barbie dolls. So it's really from home, from a cultural perspective, that we have that fear or that sort of mystery that tech is difficult. When I was growing up in my high school, I found English, social studies, all those things so difficult.
Oh, wow.
But then on the reverse, math, science came to me so easy. And it was always like I was the weird person around. I think the narrative has to change in terms of cultural context and even the languages we speak at home. Then also we need to equip our academia. Our academia is too abstract, you know? So the teacher will be teaching you atoms and molecules on the board, drawing them, and it feels so abstract. And I'm happy with what the Ministry of Education is doing in Ghana right now, trying to bring more project-based topics and courses to the school as low as primary one. It's very important that we make it as practical as possible, so that the students appreciate and can feel and relate it to the real world. If we're able to relate it to the real world, it makes technology easier. Technology is basically using it in your context to make it efficient. So if we cannot relate to it, it makes it a bit difficult and abstract. And then finally, it would be the policies, the right policies and the right framework. Africa accounts for less than 1% of research that goes into tech. And because of that, we are mostly net consumers of tech. We are always consuming tech that comes from outside Africa. If policymakers changed and put in more budget, more funding into research and development, we would demystify tech. Tech would be something that is very easy, usual for us, and we'll be able to embrace it better. So these are the three things I would like to highlight for the question. Over to you, Eden.
Great, thank you. And then finally, before I let you go, I know your time is up. A word of advice to those of us raising girls who are, one, finding, the STEM subjects very difficult to do, but have admiration for people like you and all the other ladies seated here. And for those who are also doing very well and would need encouragement, what would be your advice to them before you go? And teachers are like caregivers.
Yes, so maybe there has to be representation. So the advice would be to people like us and the very extinguished panelists that I'm privileged to share the stage with, that representation matters. We need to tell our story. The girls need to see that it is possible. It's not rocket science. So I encourage each of us to represent, to be visible, to be mentors, and to encourage these young ones. But to the young ones also is to let them know that, look, you are enough. When I found out that I am enough, it was a big turning point for me in my life. You don't need any other thing. You don't need to change your sex. You don't need to change the way you behave. And even when you are in the tech industry, you don't need to be manly to fit in or to excel. I recall in my past roles, I was told I'm not aggressive enough to be a leader. But you don't need to be aggressive. You need to be you. You need to believe in yourself and just keep pushing the boundaries. Be competent. That's very important. Be competent. Once you know that it is okay, you are enough, you need to be able to now to push the boundaries by being competent, owning your territory. And I often hear from my mentees the fact that, let's say they'll be in a meeting and they have an idea or they have a question and they always feel like it's a stupid question, or it's not relevant, or their contribution is not relevant, only for them to hear in the next few minutes that somebody else is saying it. So it's important for you all to understand that you're enough, you have all it takes, and be competent. Say what you want, you have to say. Be confident as well, and you would achieve it. It's not very difficult.
Thelma, thank you so very much. We appreciate your time with us this afternoon. Happy International Women's Day to you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Great.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Please, shall we give it up for Thelma? And I hope that our young ladies here have been inspired enough. I have a 16-year-old daughter and who says that, Mommy, I love math any day, anytime, because 2 is always 2. 2 doesn't have a past tense. 2 doesn't have future present tense. 2 doesn't need to be conjugated. And that is why she loves, mathematics. Anyway, so I'll come to all of us and ask us, what is digital? I mean, your own perspectives to it, and why we think it is so complicated. Because trust me, a lot of people still find it, a lot of women, a lot of girls still find it very, very complicated. And when I come to you, Regina, we will be talking a little bit about this whole coding thing that sounds like, we have to go to the evil forest to go and find answers to. So I will start with you, Venus. Digital. Why does it sound so complicated and sound so much like a mystery to a lot of people?
So I think hi everyone. The way I'm going to address this question is just by a very simple thing, which is going to involve everybody in the room, right? Because we're talking about demystifying and seeing how simple it and how accessible digital really is to us, okay? So I'm sure most of the people haven't spoken to the person next to you, and I want to know, like, how many people have got phones in the room? Like, we all have most of us have like a mobile phone with us, right? Okay, so I want you to help me out. The person next to you, I want you to take a selfie, because we all know how to do that, right? You've got a camera on your phone, we all like taking pictures, and we'll do it too. So if we've got our phones here, right? So I want you to take a picture, say hi to the person next to you, take a picture with them, best pose. Let's do it. And then I want you, and I'm assuming that you have a social media platform. So if it's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, WhatsApp, status, whatever you're comfortable with, once you've taken that picture, I want you to open the platform, I want you to post it. And then when you post it, you add your hashtag help me out, NWS2023. It's not it? Okay. So you just post. So let's all do that, and give me a hands up when you've done. That's cool. So let me see if you've done that. Have you posted? You can put your hands up if you've posted. I can see a few hands. Everyone posted? So really, that's just how simple it is. Really. Just in one go, we've taken a picture, you've met new people, you've shared on your social media platform, which is digital. Everyone knows that we're here together in this room, in this forum, and that's it. It's very easy. Very, very easy.
Very simple. Now, were we able to do it, those of us who have phones? We were able to do it. So that's our first point of demystifying. Great. Let me come to you, Regina. Tech. I mean, maybe let me ask the question this way. You also help us demystify it so that we stop seeing it like an elephant to approach.
Okay. So let me break it down as technology is simply a tool, right, that allows you to be able to do something faster easier, more convenient. Sharp, faster, easier, more convenient. That's all. Right? So let me ask us a question. If you had a washing machine, would you be washing with your hands? Which one is faster? Which one is more convenient? And the last one was what? Easier. That's easier, right? Okay, good. That's very simple. And then, Akosia.
Okay, so I have a different take on this.
That's
and
okay.
This is because I've been in the tech industry for over 10 years. I have basic digital skills, but if you ask me to build a website or anything complicated like that, I cannot do it.
Okay.
You asking me what is digital is like asking me what is electricity, right? I can't break it down for you. I know that when there is light, what I can do in the room, right, with light. And that's similar to technology. I always use this as an example. Those of us in the room who are used to digital TV may not understand, but those who come from the world of analog TV will know that now technology is enabling people like Netflix, Iroko TV, to create content for us that we can get on demand on a mobile phone.
True.
Right? So that's the tech side. But I don't need to know how Netflix works. What it has done is open up an opportunity for a whole other industry. And what is that? Content creation. So if you're a cameraman, if you're a lighting man, if you are, into PR, there is more opportunity for you to work. So if you look at tech as an enabler, rather than being the techie, I think that you could perhaps see where you could fit into the space.
Great. So you don't necessarily have to be the one who does the invention, but you are to ensure that whatever it is that has been invented, you see it as an enabler. And I'm sure it fits directly into what Regina said, Great. And then let me come to you. We're going straight to Tara. Let's talk to Tara.
Thank you for having me, Charterhouse, all the way from Lagos, Nigeria. So from my own point of view, digital conversion or transformation on two sides. One of them as an entrepreneur and a personal brand, and secondly, as a business. So my business has 3 arms. We have a distribution business where we distribute products through retail stores. We also have our own makeup line. So we have about over 300 different products. Makeup, lipsticks, foundations. Women like makeup, so just to let you know, 3 different products. Skincare, we have our own brand, but we also have a school where we train makeup artists who want to become industry players, beauty entrepreneurs. Now, when you think about these 3 businesses, for me, we started at a time where the digital didn't really exist, and what we're doing was one-on-one interactions with humans. And it was part of our business. It was exciting. You went to a bride's house, you did her makeup, she paid you. She enjoyed the experience of being with you. That was our business. We have retail stores, which meant our customers walked into the stores, had their makeup done, so they interacted with us, they bought our products, they went away. That for us was our business. People wanted to become makeup artists. They came into our schools. We taught them physically 1 month. They learned. They knew us one-on-one. Sometimes we even knew what their daughter's name was, their husband, what they did for a living apart from this. That was our interaction. And then digital became a thing. And we now needed to be transformed. And our transformation was in 3 different levels, whether it was in the culture of our business or some of our business processes or how we interacted with our customers. But I, as the entrepreneur, had a problem transforming. I became someone who was standing in the gap, in a sense. So when they say to me, there's this app, I will just shut my mind because it's like I need to use my paper and my biro. Because if I don't use my paper and biro, I can't understand it. If they say to me, there is this thing we have to do with our customers where we have to interact with them digitally. I had a problem with that because I wanted to see the customers. I want to feel them. I want to hug the customer. I want to be like, oh, it's nice to see you. But unfortunately, one day COVID happened and it forced me out of my comfort to a discomfort. And I'm hoping that when you ask me some questions, I'll be able to talk about that transformation and how I was able to demystify and the things that I did to be able to transition and be transformed as well.
Great. And I'll take your thoughts on, the whole digital and demystifying it, Marian, and then we will move on to our transformation journeys.
I have a simple take. Digital is the modern state of mind. Some of us have used Uber, some haven't. But Uber came to play because they wanted to solve a problem. So once you know you are solving a problem, you then ask yourself, looking within your business, am I digitized enough? Or I need a digital transformation of my business? Because those are two different things. When you are transforming digitally, your value chain changes at every angle, be it customer experience, operations, processes, marketing, communication. But if you are digitizing, then you are using the digital tools to fix certain problems. Interestingly, my career started in experiential. So everything that's happening in this room was what I used to do. But I asked myself, what can I do differently? And in every stage of my career, what has worked for me is my mindset and my personality. Because what I've seen is the more curious I am, the more I learn. And the more I learn, the more I am not afraid to ask. I transitioned from experiential to telco, from telco to banking. Believe me, imagine sitting in a room where you're talking terminologies you don't understand. But when you tell yourself that you are in a learning process, you kind of look at things differently. And that'll just be my little advice to you all, that from a digital perspective, and wherever you are in right now, ask yourself, how digital am I? And what do I want to learn in regards to what I'm doing? If you are in school right now and asking yourself, what do I study? And is what I'm studying relevant to my future? I studied communication design. I loved marketing. But I realized that with the trend, if I don't start learning performance marketing, if I don't start learning behavioral aspects of marketing, I will lose out. So you need that level of urgency to learn. You need that curiosity, and you should open up to ask. So for me, that is my take on demystifying it.
Beautiful. Please, a round of applause for them. Now, we're going to be talking specifics. Your digital transformation journeys. Where did this start from? I know we don't have all day to tell everybody's story from A to Z, but you are able to sum it up for us. What even got you interested in digital, the journey, and most importantly for me, how that has benefited where you are now and how you are using that to impact your environment, especially so your work environment. Let's start with you, Regina.
Okay, so my digital journey started from a game called Pac-Man, and I wanted to change it. So sometimes you can turn your interests or your passions into career opportunities.
How old were you?
I was 12.
Okay.
Yeah, I was 12. And from there, I was interested in creating technology. So I started learning how to code. And coding is simply giving instructions to a computer. I'm going to, as we're doing demystifying, I just had an idea. I'm going to ask a question. From the young ladies, who knows how to play Ampe? Okay, I want somebody to come.
Oh,
one bold, confident, aha. Okay. Oh, come up the stage. Okay, 2. We can have a battle. two of you, in fact, I don't even remember how to play that much. Okay, so I want the two of you to do like one quick ampy round. Okay, a second one. Okay, so you see, they follow the sequence, right? And you can tell who won by which leg that they played, right? And then there was a rhythm and a flow. So for me, that was, thank you. That was what I wanted to be able to do, to translate everyday life into series of zeros and ones. But it's actually very simple, right? You follow a sequence, you put out your thoughts and your ideas, and you come up with a solution. So the next time they'll come, it will be like a 3D avatar playing, simulating the same things that they are doing. So for me, technology was just my way of self-expression, right? My way of being able to create something by writing out a few letters and then seeing it impact so many people. And how it has helped in my transformation journey is when I came into this space, I realized that I was a minority in a male-dominated space in both of the organizations that I worked, which were 2 international banks. I was the only female in the IT department. And up till now, I get the 5-second shock reaction when I say that I'm a software developer or a CEO of a tech company. They are like, really? Are you sure? You know, and for me, I want us to come to the point where it's normal. If you meet a female software developer, it's nothing special. It's not like, you know, I have 2 special heads or something. And that is what I do in my work at Shonko Academy. So we've trained over 24,000 women and girls that we have also connected to tech jobs or tech-enabled jobs. So we want to make sure that technology creation is not just in the hands of men, because we need innovation, and innovation thrives on diversity. We need women to also be part of creating technology and not just consuming it.
How fulfilling is what you do?
It's very fulfilling because I see the impact day in and day out, and I love the fact that women are given the tools to be able to transform their lives however they see fit, right? And that technology gives women a voice. It gives them a voice and a platform so that, you know, they're able to express themselves and they're able to, you know, drive change however they believe that change is supposed to be.
Tell me some of the biases you had to deal with.
So I still deal with several biases. I had to first learn the art of negotiation, which I think is something that we are not socialized, you know, as African women, because I had to learn how to demand what I'm worth, right? Because most of the time you'd go into spaces, as soon as you walk in, the number of zeros is dropping when they see that you're a woman. If they're going to give you 1,000, as soon as you walk in, they'll be like, oh, now you take 500. Now what will you use 1,000 for, right? And so I had to learn how to negotiate. I had to learn how to maintain eye contact. You know that thing, sometimes when you're talking to people, you can't be looking them in the eye. In some places, it's like you are hiding something, right? So I had to learn how to walk into a space. I mean, I'm not that big, but I must command my space, you know? So when I walk into the space, big or small, you know who I am, right? And when I leave the space, you remember who I am, right? So those are my 2 things. I walk into a space, and no, I come in with a lot of bias. People would think I can't do the work, all of that. It challenges me to do more, right? And so for me, I took the fact that I'm in a minority to stand out, and that helped me. I mean, and I'm still having to do with different biases, but you have to develop tough skin. And ladies, you hear all sorts of things. Young girls, you hear all sorts of things. Believe your truth. Tell yourself every day, my truth is I am strong, I am confident. That's your truth. No matter what anybody says, just...
Please, can you lead us to chant it? Regina, lead us to chant it.
I am... Sorry?
We want to chant.
Oh, so I am strong, I am confident.
Let's go. I am strong, I am confident. Because like it or leave it, from what she's saying, there are some areas, once you choose to go in there, you will face the biases and you will have to be ready for it. Your confidence and your strength will lead you on. So Hair started from what? Fun, which is the game.
With the game, yeah.
And then she became curious, and then that led to interest. And this is where we are today. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Same question is going to go around. Akosi, I'm coming to you. So we also want to learn about your journey into, you know, the tech space that you find yourself in, the biases you had to deal with, how fulfilling this journey has been for you, and what words you would like to leave us with today?
Okay, so starting from my transformation, mine stems from tragedy.
Okay.
Probably one more tragic, well, one definitely more tragic than the other. So the first one, my history, my background is in journalism. I had an impressive, career as an entertainment journalist. I was traveling the world. I was having a great sort of early years in my 20s. I was an award-winning journalist. And what happened around early millennium is that, the internet started coming in, and this meant that advertisers were starting to move their money from radio, which is what I was on, and newspapers, and moving them online. And because of that, by around, I think 2008 or so, I kind of lost my jobs, right? Because of, I think one of the radio stations I was on was bought out, and the newspaper that I had worked for 7 years suddenly had closed down. This is all in London, in the UK. So the world that I had known had started to change because of this thing, this digital thing was happening and affecting my life in a way that I hadn't even noticed. But funny enough, simultaneously, whilst I had that sort of career going on, I had started writing for an online magazine that I'd started with a friend who was a lot more savvy online than I was. So I wasn't involved in the building of the site, but I used to contribute a lot of content. And my thing was always about writing about artists or celebrities or whoever whose stories were not being told in the mainstream. That has always been my theme. So that I could kind of work my way through that. Then 2012 came. My mum, who I was very close to, she was having a Chinese with my brother, went to take a nap, didn't wake up again. Oh my wow. So that shocked the hell out of me. And at that point is when I started coming back to Ghana. And I think I was going through a mourning process, like trying to figure out, why did mum come to London? Who am I? All of these things, trying to deal with the grief. And in the process of that, I kept meeting really interesting tech entrepreneurs, like very early tech entrepreneurs here in Ghana. So I started writing about them a little bit. Then I noticed back in the UK, a lot of events started popping up talking about Africa and the rise of Africa, and they were talking about technology, but they wasn't mentioning Ghana. A lot of it was about South Africa, Nigeria, Rwanda, etc. So all of this was happening at the same time, right? And internally, I really had to take stock on what do I want to do with my life now? Like, this is serious. Life is short. What am I going to do now? And I really took a really strong look at what was happening, and I still kept my focus on wanting to give, similar to what Regina just said, like a voice to those who were not being heard. So I started writing about what was happening in Ghana, publishing it in like a newsletter in London. You started getting Facebook and other platforms that were also allowing me to post stuff. So I naturally started using these tools to do what I always did. Right? It was just a different way to reach people. So it wasn't conscious. It was just a natural transition. Then, by the time I got a bit more confident...
And I'm sure you enjoyed the fact that it became even more simpler.
Absolutely. And then you learn, oh, wow, hold on, I could do this whilst in bed. It became a lot more simpler. And it also gave me a lot more confidence in realizing that the world is bigger than just the UK, seeing people, you start seeing analytics on the back end, you start seeing people from South Africa and around reading your work, and you're like, what is going on here? So as I matured into the space, I started to get more confidence and realize that, I've got all of these skill sets. I ran a PR company back in London. I knew how to put on events. I was like, I'm going to start elevating Ghana's tech ecosystem. And, transpired by 2017, I was able to launch Tech in Ghana in London in partnership with the UK Ghana Chamber of Commerce to take some companies from here, ExpressPay, Pedigree, Vodafone, Bank of Ghana, all of these big names, to then take them to the UK and let them talk about what was happening in the tech space in Ghana. They then said to me, oh, Kosia, this is great. You should do this in Accra as well. The new government had just come in at that time, so I pitched myself to them. They loved the idea. I launched it here in 2017, the same year, and I've had this conference running twice a year, every year since then. We did our 10th edition last year. So, thank you. But what happened along that journey was I was listening. This now goes to what a lot of what's being said is resonating with me. What Mariam was saying about learning and your mindset changing and being able to humble yourself and being like, I don't know what you're talking about. Please explain that to me again. And learning and understanding the tech space, understanding what fintech was, agri-tech. Then starting to understand about investment, what a VC was, private investment, angel investment. I mean, the space was just huge. And now it's given me, I mean, you talk about fulfillment. I mean, I don't feel like I'm going to be alive for long enough to do as much as this industry has given me to do, right? So I'm just overfilled with gratitude for tech and what it's done to me. And I, in turn, am giving as much as I can back. When we talk about biases, I'm so focused, and I'm so, if you remember, you know, the drive for all this came from my mum's death, right? So my energy is strong. The pain I've felt is deep. So any biases I come across, it's like I haven't got time for them. And this is not to dismiss them, because I know they exist, but this is just my own experience, is that I'm so focused, laser focused on my space and on what I'm doing and not what I want to achieve, is that I probably feel like I'm trampling on top of any biases that are coming my way. And I didn't become like this by myself. I have strong women that came before me. My mum was a strong woman. My sisters are strong women. I'm surrounded by strong elders who always give me this confidence that has allowed me to continue on my journey. So that's my story.
Alicia, congratulations. You know what the takeout is for me so far? You will be amazed. The way your faces light up, you know, when you're talking about your journey, where you have come from, and the fulfillment that you feel, actually is not what you're saying, but the light in your faces when you talk is just what gladdens my heart. Congratulations. And it's important when you talked about the fact that there are strong women around you that you look up to. And that's how come I am particularly excited that we have a lot of young people in the room today. You know, I hope that you're taking notes. I hope you're listening. It's important. Never see it. Some of us, I'm sure when we were growing up, we didn't have these opportunities. If we were buzzed anywhere, then we were going to trade fair. If we were buzzed anywhere, we're going to trade fair. Or you probably are going to the Independence Square to go and march. But to have such, you know, occasions, the weren't. So please don't take it for granted. Are you all alive? Are you learning anything? It's never too late to learn. It doesn't matter if you're old or you're young. There's so much we can learn. Let me come to you, Mariam, with the same set of questions. Your journey, the biases you have to deal with, and how fulfilling this has been for you.
That is a heavy question. Okay, let's start with the journey.
Please demystify my question.
Okay, I think from my teenage life, well, I've always been a problem solver. And I've always wanted to make people happy, you know? So anytime a gadget was brought home, I was the first to open it. Forget the instructions, forget the manual. I would just tear up that box and fix it. And my dad and mom would be like, how did you do it? I'm like, I don't know, I just put it together, you know? And I think it started from there. And I had a very enabling environment. My parents were very supportive. From a very young age, they knew I was an artist. And I would have all these scrapbooks with everything in it. I would buy, my sister is a lover of books, so she would buy the books, I would buy the magazines. Buy the magazines and I'll cut them up, you know, create my own mini magazine, because in my mind, that was how I was visualizing what was in my head, right? So that also went for a bit, and my parents realized that, okay, she definitely is art inclined, so let's push on that. And what I also then realized was that if I really want to do this, I need to understand where the money is. And then I started telling my parents that I think there's something called graphic design, that there's communication around it that can propel my career. So my parents started putting me in internships from as early as 15 years. So every year I was in one company or the other doing an internship just to understand what communication design was. So that was how my career started. in understanding the digital aspect of communication and marketing. So they realized I was a creative piece. Did uni in my communication design, loved it. Job time, and I didn't want to do it anymore. Wow. Because then at that point I said, nah, I've come to understand my personality, which is also something that I think we should also start very early when it comes to our career development or our person development. What is your personality type? And as Thelma spoke earlier, in terms of going into certain organizations and you're being told that you're not a leader enough because you're not bold or you don't scream. Maybe you're an introverted person or you're an extroverted person. You're a phlegmatic. You are a sanguine. Find out your personality traits and link your personality traits to who you are in terms of your career journey. And you'll be surprised how the best part of you will stand out. Then I realized I was extroverted. And I said, I can't sit in the studio. I can't. So yes, I did understand the fundamentals of communication, design, and marketing, but then I wanted to do something different. And then I went into experiential. Teresa would tell you the numerous of meetings that we would have on VGMA and icons and everything else. But that is to tell you that that was also part of a journey. And then the curious part of me said, no, Mariam, you've done this quite enough. What about a change? Then interestingly, a friend took my CV to an organization and said, Mariam, your personality is needed somewhere else. And that's the power of also network. Build the network because you don't know who's watching. And no matter what you're doing, do it so well because somebody may see something that you want and take it somewhere else. And that's how I got into banking. Got into banking, working in marketing, and I said, marketing is not the focus in banking, but how do I change this conversation? Managed to work on key projects like the credit card launch, like the rollout of SC Mobile, which began the journey of digital banking for Standard Chartered. I did this to the max with a strong team, with enablers, with leaders in that organization who were female. Strong names like Mansa, like Yvonne, like Asidwa. These were people around me who propelled me to understand that, Mariam, you can do this. And guess what? In just 2 years, I was then promoted into business as head of digital banking. I'm not a banker, but guess what? My mindset to solve problems moved me from what I thought I knew to what I could even learn further. Got into this role, and I was supposed to then transform the banking journey on mobile. So just imagine, what did we want to solve? We wanted to solve the problem of you not walking or driving to the bank, spending 4 hours in the bank, coming to queue. And fighting. But we said we could use all of this on a device. And that was what we wanted to solve and where the digital started. And let me even put the cherry on the cake. I did this for a bit and I got a LinkedIn message one day from an organization in Southern Africa. And it said, we've seen what you're doing and we want you in our organization. And that was Lesotho in Botswana. I don't know anybody in Botswana. I even thought it was a hoax. I said, LinkedIn, a job? How is that possible? But that was the power of digital. They saw everything, because what I tend to do is I document a lot. Because remember, my fundamentals is communication and marketing. So everything I do, I document. Be it WhatsApp, Instagram, LinkedIn, you name it. I document. So then I got this call and they said, we have a job for you and you are the only one who can do this. We are driving a transformational journey of our business into digital, and we need you here. Guess what? It's been 2.5 years working with this organization. I've never seen my boss physically because I work remotely, and my role covers 11 markets. Now, how sweet is that in the power of digital?
I tell you. But you didn't tell us. Have you had to deal with any biases?
Oh, I don't see the biases. I have been in male-dominated industries my whole life. From experiential marketing to communication. You go to the studio, 70% of them are male. You see graphic designers, they are all male. You see animators, they are male. You go into the banking sector, 70% are male. But it's really, like I said, it's about you. And I'm not very tall. I'm just 5'1". So you can just imagine how small I look in the room. But like Regina said, let your voice be heard. Let your personality be known, and know your worth, and know what you stand for in terms of your mindset and what you're learning. Because yes, your personality can get you in the room, But what will make you stay is your content. So let's make sure we are also using digital to learn. I see young people who use it for other things, but that same digital tool can be your Google, can be your university. You may not be able to afford a Stanford or Harvard now, but that you can find on Google. So take advantage of that and forget that there's a bias, and then you will make it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marion. That's so inspiring. Like I said, right, when you're listening, don't just listen. I'm sure you can see them. Look at how their faces light up. And it just tells you that, like she said, how sweet is that? The journey has been sweet. Congratulations for how far you have come. Let's come to you, Venus.
Okay, hi.
Should I go over the questions?
No, I'm good. We've repeated it 1, 2, 3, 4. I have it covered. I was thinking, my journey and interactions with technology started in a home. And they started in a home where my parents would say that, like, you have to learn how to use and how to fix things. So we'd have hoovers, washing machines, light bulbs, whatever it is, TV. And if anything broke, the excuse is not like, oh my gosh, like let my brother fix it. No, you learn how to fix it. So I learned how to change a plug, how to change a light, how to fix a hoover if it broke, how to fix the washing machine if it broke, how to, whatever. Wherever technology was in the home, we had to learn how to fix it, because one day you'll live by yourself and you'll need to do it. Yeah, so that's where I'd say like my first kind of push and experiences of technology were found, and the confidence actually to be able to interact and use technology. So now fast forward to when I'm going to university and college, and really, in all honesty, I should have gone and studied fashion, really. I'm a very creative. I started sewing in the house when I was 13 because my mum's a fashion designer. And so that knowledge of knowing how to construct, so you create and you visualize what you want and you can put it on paper, and then know how to bring that alive using material and then construct it, which means you cut a pattern and then you sew it and make it real. That's the process that I grew up in. So the notion of making anything possible, so you can dream it. If you can dream it, you could draw it, and you can work out how to construct it. It's possible to make it and wear it and sell it to someone else if you want to, right? So I had the ability then to be able to construct and deconstruct. And I understood the creative space, but it wasn't enough for me. I wasn't that person who could go and do an art class and repeat the drawing of a bottle 100 times, like in different shades and stuff. It wasn't enough. So I knew that I was very much business-centered. So I chose to go and study business. When I landed at uni, for my dissertation, I chose a tech-centered subject. So I did Y2K compliancy. And that's a business systems subject normally, right? So I found myself with a subject of interest, but it wasn't strictly a business discipline. So I had to learn. I had how many, 9 months maybe to submit my thing, and I knew nothing about information systems. I knew nothing about information user interface or anything. So I went and I taught myself. And on that journey, I landed with a group of guys who were studying information systems and were late with their dissertation, so we formed a group. And I taught myself what I needed to know to be able to submit my paper. As a result of that, when we finished uni, we formed a group, and I was the only female there within them. And we used to take on networking projects. So we had a group of 5 of us. I'd do pretty much what I'm doing now. So I'd negotiate the contracts and then be the, on site where we would do the networking for these big companies. And when I say networking, so we were enabling the environment to use technology. So helping their computers talk, building like infrastructure and security systems. And we were doing that at a very young age, and I was a female amongst them. So I knew then that there was a big demand and appetite for technology, and it's only going to increase. My first interaction with the internet was at 13, where we did work experience. And I landed in a company who were doing the same thing, like they were building networks, but they had a computer. I remember the guy saying, okay, have a go at this. And this is what we call the internet. And at that time, it was a screen similar to what you'd see like a beta tested. Beta means like the first stage of testing of a technology, where you would tap in an instruction and there'll be a dot, 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 dot on the screen, and then somebody would reply. But I remember interacting with someone who was sitting in Sweden and we were sitting in the UK and having an interaction, and that was my first use of this magical thing called the internet. Okay, so that formed a curiosity, and aside that, I really liked using mobile phones. So I would be that person who every year I'd have an upgrade in mobile phone. I'd be so excited. And I would read the manual to see how the technology would work, and I would enable it, use my skills to use. So I wasn't afraid of using technology. In the journey that I find myself now, which I'm happy to say, like NAA, so now available, we launched here in 2013, so it's 10 years of...
Congrats.
Yeah, really pleased and amazed and glad to have done that journey. And when we came to market, one of the things that we were saying was like, Africa, back then, 2013, we were telling people, we're the youngest continent on Earth, and I don't think it resonated with people. Africa has the youngest population on Earth, right? And there's this thing called digitalization that we were seeing from Europe, and we're like, okay, well, we need to do that here. We need to do that here because that's where the future and everybody is going. So when we launched the market, and I was part of the team that was brought in to help grow the business, that was our proposition. We were going to help brands, businesses, media, and anybody within the ecosystem who would listen.
So let me just ask, 10 years on,
yes,
how do you see it?
Yeah, it's wonderful. There's light bulbs switched on. Yeah, it's wonderful. I mean, it's taken us a while, and COVID was definitely a catalyst to making people leap into the space. But the journey has been, you know, we had our very first, Ghana, the very first social media week that was hosted in Accra. It wasn't really a conversation piece. It was a few people who were in the ecosystem, and we had a curious audience who hadn't made a mindset change. So we downloaded information on them. The second time it was hosted here, it was a conversation piece, and it was beautiful because you had people standing up saying, I'm an influencer, or I am a specialist in Twitter, or I'm a specialist in Instagram, and so they owned the platform, and they'd gone away and learned it and realized that actually there's an opportunity for them to build themselves in that space. So I feel like our journey has been a slow-paced one, but we've leapfrogged as Africa do. We go from not knowing very much and being curious, and then really joining the conversation piece at where the world is, and that's the most fantastic thing about us.
Beautiful.
In relation to biases, honestly, I think that we are biased to ourselves. And that's the biggest thing. It's not really about people giving us an opportunity to be in a room or lend our voice to the room. We, to begin with, hold ourselves back because we don't believe enough. We question so much. We did a survey before, and really what women want to do, if you have the skill and there's an opportunity, then step up and apply. We don't do it. We question ourselves so much before we will take the opportunity. Whereas a man, whether he knows it or not, he'll say, okay, let me have a go. Yeah, so we are our first bias, I would say. We have to believe, like, there's something that I say that you have to play your role, yes, in everything. So if there's a job, your role is to apply. That is it. That's your job to do.
Without holding yourself back.
Yeah, that's your job.
Especially so if you're that skilled,
yeah,
and you think that you qualify for it.
Yes, your job is to make sure you prepare a great introduction to yourself, right? And your job is to make sure that you apply and you apply on time. The universe does the rest. Yes, so we are our greatest bias, that's one. And then in our space, I don't know. I feel that once you're there, there is politics everywhere, you know. And I think what makes people listen to you is how well you perform. If you perform well, people will forget that you're a woman. They respect you for what it is you can do and how well you deliver on what you're supposed to do.
Great. I like that. You know, we tend to question ourselves too much. We hold ourselves back. And I am beginning to think about it now. And sometimes that could be the bias you're not even seeing. Nobody is saying you can't do it. But just because you're questioning your own abilities and thinking that can I not, you think that someone is thinking you can't. So please, if you feel like you qualify for it, you feel like you can, please put your hand up and put yourself up for it. For instance, we're asked to do a very simple task. 1 or 2 people get up and come to play Ampe, and then you see people looking back. Could it be me? Could it be that person? You know, what if you came up and then they said that they were giving you, 10 million? Would you be looking for someone else to give it to? So let's believe in ourselves. Tara, you told us a little bit of your story. It was like yours started with an epiphany that COVID brought to you. Please tell us a bit more.
So my business is 25 years in August of this year.
Congratulations.
And I started very early. Unlike many people, I didn't get the chance to use a computer until I was in my 20s.
That's okay.
Yes. So I'm not as, I wasn't involved. I didn't get into that whole space until I was already in my 20s. I didn't have my first laptop until maybe I was 25 or 26 years old. So it meant that I was a bit of a dinosaur. And I remember going to a computer school. We used to have computer schools, right, where your parents would sign you up and you go and learn how to use a computer. So I went to this school and I had the opportunity of learning how to, I think it was some kind of coding, okay? But it was too hard. And I was discouraged. Like she said, you know, you also have to know about your personality type. I was too restless to sit in front of this computer and be waiting for 5 seconds for something, another ... to show on the screen. I walked away from the computer school after they had spent so much money to try and get me to understand how to use a computer, and still didn't learn how to use a computer. But then I started my business, and as I started my business started to expand. And we're expanding across the country. Nigeria is a huge country with so many states. We have 36 states, right? And each state has a capital, which is, you know, urban people living there. I started as a makeup artist, but now my business was growing because I now have a product line. I was building retail stores across the country. It meant that we're now expanding the business. And guess what? Tara cannot, her dinosaur self cannot be in one location after the other. The question for me was, how are we going to, in a sense, use technology to be in those states, service our customers in those spaces the same way we will do in Lagos. So in Lagos, which was the commercial capital at the time, we had multiple stores, and people wanted our franchise in other cities. But how would we maintain the same culture, the same processes, serve our customers the same way without using a form of technology. And that's when I first experienced technology. But you know what? I was the CEO. So I allowed the guys, the IT people, the ones who knew how to do those things, the ones that learned it when they were 13 and 14, and I sat behind and watched them. And anytime they say anything to me, I'll say, well, I don't know that one. The one I know is the one I know. And after a while, I realized that this dinosaur that I was being, I wasn't responding like my dear friend responded, right? She was the journalist who lost the job because she was not moving, right? In my own case, maybe because I own my own business, I was relaxed and allowing people to do it. COVID came, and all those stores across the country, over 30 stores, were shut down. Now, I was sitting down in my house, used to just sitting down and seeing alerts. You know what alert is? You know what alert? Do you know what alert is? With my Nigerian accent. Alert. Just the money is dropping, right? When the stores shut down, I was not seeing alerts. The question was, what was I now going to do? My brain went on overdrive. And we had taught our customers that the best way for us to serve you is that you must see us. You must touch and feel us. Because we actually said what the customer sees, what we sell is an experience. So we recited, we have a motto that we say in House of Tara, where what we sell is not just product, we sell an experience, what the customer sees, what the customer feels, what the customer hears. This is what we sell. So when a customer has a crisis in her home and she's beaten up by her husband or she had a bad day at the job, when she walks into a House of Tara store, even the way we greet, welcome to House of Tara, with a smile on your face. When we pick up the phone and you call, we have that smile on the face to say, welcome to the House of Tara. Now, the customers could no longer walk into the store. Then the government now said, there are some specific businesses that must not even reopen. Any business that touches human beings. So here I was, even when they started to reopen, House of Tara couldn't open because of those. I was now forced to begin to think, how can we meet our customers digitally? And we started to focus more around creating a business model that was more focused, not about touch and feel, but you see, but this time see with images. You see and you touch, not by meeting me one-on-one, but for me to see your face, tell me your complexion, for me to be able to propose what I think is the right powder foundation for you to use. And we built an entire 180,000 new customers that who didn't use Tara previously, didn't have contact with Tara previously, just on social media. From WhatsApp stories, using WhatsApp stories, to using Instagram, to using Twitter, to using Instagram, to using Twitter, and using newsletters. That you could just click on something and automatically take you into our WhatsApp shop, and then you can order the things that you need, and then we collaborate with logistics company who are tech-enabled to be able to track the product when they arrive in Sokoto, which is the northern part of Nigeria, and then the customer sends a picture to you to say, I received my goods. And I was like, this sounds good. I'm liking this. An opportunity to make some more money. So when the stores reopened, we then had a different model. So yes, our brick and mortar stores generated us money, but now we also have an alternative business model that was more online. And for me, that was a relief. Personally, remember the challenge with a business is that if you as the leader are a dinosaur, it impacts the culture of the organization, no matter how good you are. You're resistant to the change. And I knew that I was a problem. That problem needed to be solved. How could I convert myself from that dinosaur? The first thing I did was I started to surround myself with people in technology. I actively looked for friendships of people who talked these things, whose lingua was more digital. I courted them, invited them to lunch, listened to and I started to talk about anything, any little thing you say, is it tech-enabled? Is it tech-enabled? Is it tech-enabled? After a while, it's almost like tech-enabled was my name. Because I had to become intentional about surrounding myself with this change that I wanted to experience. But there was something else that happened in COVID. There's a Bible app. So I'm a student of the Bible. I read the Bible every day, and I've done so since I was a teenager. So it's something that comes to me naturally, part of my routines, habits, day and night. I found this app called YouVersion app, okay? And the YouVersion app gave me a different way of exploring the Bible. And yes, it was technology. So this thing I'm afraid of, I found something that made Bible reading so sweet. Some days I'll go to a psalm and look for my local dialects and place it on audio. So here I am listening to Psalm 136 in Yoruba, and I'm freaking out. And I'm like, who came up with this idea? And some other days, I just see one day, they say, I'm so excited about it. I see a video of someone who I like. I didn't know was a believer like myself, who's a celebrity, and then she shares a little thing on this app. One day, I see a part of the app that says you can give in Naira, as in you can donate to the platform in Naira, because it's a free platform. I tap on it. Then I use my card, and then, oh, I can donate to this wonderful platform. It's so easy. So I can listen to the Bible audibly without having to read on the screen. I can check different translations all at the same time. Wow, wow, wow. Let's go there. Any other app, bring it for me. Let me explore. And that's how I came out of my dinosaur season. So now I'm so bad that anyone who teaches, I even have a tech teacher. Yes, that sits with me to show me when they show me, if you see the way I scream, I have 1 hour in the afternoon, 1 hour in the evening, just exploring all the things that I should have learned in 1950. I'm now learning them now, so I'm now tech-enabled, by the way. So speaking of biases, so I hope I encourage somebody who's a dinosaur like myself to change and be transformed. I can also lay hands on people after, if you're interested, if you want to be changed forever. So biases, in my own case, I think I started an industry that didn't exist before. So I didn't have a situation where I walked into a room and I had to compete with other men, right? I set the tone for that industry. But there were other areas where, for example, raising finance. So as the business began to expand, I needed to raise money. And I was opening locations, expanding the brand, expanding the product lines, expanding the businesses. And it became clear to me that I needed funding outside of the organic funding that we're generating within the business. I went to a mentor. And this is the power of opening your voice. Women, sometimes we don't speak when we need help, right? And I had gone to a bank to ask for a loan, and they had promised me they were going to give me the loan. Unfortunately, they just came one day and said, oh, sorry, we don't, because they didn't understand my business, makeup. How is makeup a business? Today it's a big business. But at the time, for them, it didn't make sense. Yes, it didn't make sense to them because I was new. Like, this is 25 years ago, right? Today, it's a massive industry, but at that time, the men are the ones who were giving the loan. Makeup, I don't understand. Like, that thing that you put on your face. Pancake. That lipstick, okay, is that a confusion, right? And we have to learn how to tell our stories. Wow. And I didn't know how to tell it in a way that they could jump on the bandwagon. So they refused, and I was very upset. I went to a meeting where there was a senior female, successful female woman. And I walked up to her and I said, I have this problem, okay? I've gone to this bank, and I know that you have a business that has some affiliation with this bank. This is the problem that I have. How can you help me solve it? Now, the power of storytelling is that I'd had the opportunity to tell my story as a small makeup artist, and many of these women had seen me grow that business and were impressed with what I had done. So when I said to her I had this problem, she was willing to want to help. So she said to me, I'm going to get you an opportunity to meet with the MD of the bank. Here it was, I was going from accounts officer to the MD of the bank just by that connection between this older woman. And that's why respect is such a big thing. I know that Generation Z, or what's their name? Generation X. I know that you guys don't care about those things. But when you get to a certain age, you will care about it. So she opened the door. And she said to me, he's going to ask you certain questions. Now, you remember she's also an entrepreneur, and she's been in the business for a long time. She told me the questions he was going to ask. And then she said, I've heard you say that you recently employed a general manager from LBS. I want you to go to the meeting with him. Because he would ask some questions. I want you to answer some, then allow him to also answer the others. I walked into this, I got a call from the MD of the bank. And he called his name, and I almost passed out thinking, how can this man be calling me, right? I'm too small. So I go into the meeting with him, prepared and all of that, and he starts to ask the questions she told me he was going to ask. Right. You know, what are your profit margins, like what percentages, right? And he's asking these questions and wants to know more about the business. At this time, I've become a master storyteller. You don't joke with my small box. I started with 15,000 naira, equivalent to $100. This is how I went from house to house, blah, blah, blah. Then I said to him, if you call any woman on this floor of your building, if you call 10, 9 of them know me physically. 8 of them know my brand name. 5 of them have used my product before. Confidence that came from knowing, but also being mentored by somebody as to what to do. True. He then said to me, listen, wait. Now, he was getting carried away. So he said, wait, let me call someone to join this meeting. The minute he did that, I knew he was getting inspired by my story as well. So he called the head of retail. The man walks into the room. He says, I should start my story all over again. I start telling my story. Ladies, you have to learn how to tell your own story. Thank you. You can give me an offering when we are done. And he said to me, repeat. So I went on, told my story. And then he now asked me, he said to me, this is the kind of story our bank would like to be a part of. Oh, wow. And then he said, so how much do you need? Now, because we're not in Nigeria, I'm not sure I can ask this question, but let me even try. Can you guess how much I asked for? Can anybody just give me a figure in millions that I asked for? Huh? Somebody, I love these young people, 100 million, I love you. Can we have one of the older women? What figure would I have asked for? 100 million, okay, great. Give me another number. Huh? 10 million, Teresa said 10 million. Anybody else? How much? 2 million. No, I was bigger than that. I asked for 40 million. This is a case of open your mouth and God will fill it, right? So he said to me, ooh, I never expected that. So for him, he's like, okay, do you have, and this is where the bias comes in. He says, do you have any collateral? No. He said, can your husband give you a collateral so that you can take this loan? So I then respectfully said to him, with all due respect, sir, if my husband came to you to ask for a loan, would you ask him to ask me for a collateral? And then he said, I'm sorry. And sometimes you have to call out the biases when you see it in a respectful way.
That's it.
In a respectful way. I still did it with a smile on my face to say, I'm not offended. Huh? No aggression. In a feminine way.
But you still made your point.
I still drove my point home. And so he then said, okay, I can't give you 40 million. Can we start with 20 million? So I walked away from that room with my 20 million naira facility and it was the very first loan that we ever received from a bank in Nigeria. And since then, that bank has been our partners for now upwards of 15 years. And I'm super glad that I had the chance to be able to tell my story in a way that inspired them to say to themselves, it is this sort of business I would like to be a part of. And I'm hoping that you guys will do the same.
So we are closing. Should we not? You want to ask questions? Okay, I'll come to you for you to ask questions. But I have one last round of questioning to do. And for all of us, I'm giving every one of us 2 minutes max, you know. But there are 2 questions in one. So make your questions ready. I'll come to you and then we'll take your questions. But Tara, that was very inspiring. Very, 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 very inspiring. Thank you so much. So I am asking us, we said the future is digital. Actually, the future is here, isn't it? The future is now. The future is now. The future is tomorrow. And there are so many women who were like you before the epiphany, right? The dinosaurs. People who are still afraid to venture, you know, tech, in as much as they have heard our stories today, and we're going to echo it even
you
so
don't
hard.
understand. I had a presentation in school, and the code didn't work, and all my friends.
Okay. So what will you tell women who are still crawling, who are still second-guessing themselves? Who told us that? It was Venus, right? Second-guessing themselves about, technology to be able to plug into the future of work. And then you also share your special message with us, today being International Women's Day. And that's the same question I am asking all of us.
So for the women who are listening to me, who, like me, are dinosaurs or transitioning dinosaurs, I think about the blender and the traditional grinding stone. West Africa, we have similar culture, so I'm sure that you know what grinding stone is. Do you know what grinding stone is? Mm-hmm. So when I was a little girl, if you wanted to make pepper soup, you had this stone that you had at the back of the house. The stone, a big one, and then a small one, right? And then they give you the pepper in a bowl with water and ask you to go and blend it. And be careful not to put your hand in the eye, blah, de, blah, de, blah. So you go there and you grind the pepper and the tomatoes and the onions, and you scoop it into the bowl and you bring it back to the house after a long time. Plus sun that has hit you, then you have to wash that grinding stone with a brush so that the pepper does not stay there for too long, You remember? My little ones, I don't remember. I'm just telling you history, taking you back, right? Enjoying my story. But guess what? One day, National made a blender. And then mommy comes home and says, listen, you are no longer going to have to put the pepper on the grinding stone. We're retiring the grinding stone. Blender came, we popped the pepper, put a little bit of water, and you just hear zoom, 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 and everything blends, and you're like, what? So exactly what happened with me with the YouVersion Bible app is exactly what happened to us with Blender. And I think, if we think about it that way, and we've embraced blenders, I'm sure there's none of us who use a grinding stone anymore. No. Ladies, let's move from the Stone Age and embrace our blenders. God bless you.
God bless you. Venus, you're next.
Okay, so mine would be that most people don't realize you're using technology already, and you're using tech already, okay? Especially in our environment. We've created solutions for ourselves. So for example, anyone who used mobile money, and that's across up and down, you're already there. So it's, I guess, the realization that those who think they're not, you probably are, right? You probably are doing it in your everyday life already. It's to look at how you can use it to enable other parts of your life. So to enable your business, to enable your self-promotion, to enable the education of your children if you have children, and to enable your home environment, and to enable it to improve your life. Yeah? So I think my message is that we shouldn't be afraid because you're already there. You're already there. So it's how can you look at what you have and use it to improve the environment that you have.
Great.
And that would be mine.
Thank you. Akosia.
Yeah, I'm going to focus on the young ladies in the room, the young women in the room. First of all, I'll say this. What you focus on, you will find. I'll say that again. What you focus on, you will find. Energy flows where your attention goes. Where is your attention? What are you focused on? I'm not speaking about tech, I'm just speaking in general, firstly, yeah? If you think too much about this technology, digital tools, etc., too much, it may confuse you and you may wonder where you fit. So let's make a puzzle analogy. So like a jigsaw puzzle, which has lots of different pieces, let's say thousands of different pieces, all you need to do is figure out which one you are, right? Which one are you? And if you go back to what I was talking about before, about the light, I was talking about electricity. If this room was dark and then we turned it on, the lights on, you will have, Mariam mentioned earlier about her curiosity, a natural curiosity. If you don't know what you want to do yet, you're not sure where you want to go, you have natural curiosities. Maybe your curiosity is about, this screen and the pictures that you're seeing. Maybe your curiosity is about the person's hair in front of you. Maybe your curiosity is about, you know, the drinks and the food that's behind you. Whatever is taking your curiosity is giving you a clue as to what you may want to do with your life, right? So I'll say that. And once you've figured that out, once you've explored that, then ask yourself, where does technology sit in this space? These are very simplified steps that you can take to think about where you want to be in the world of digital and technology. And I'd say to those who are enablers, the elders that are in the room, or those who have the ability to help teach and train digital skills and provide opportunities to younger people, please do that. That's all.
Thank you, Akosia. What you focus on, complete it for me. I didn't hear it. What you focus on, you find. Mariam?
I just have one simple message. I want everyone to leave this room. If you don't have one, go and buy a journal. A journal, entitle it My Future Back Journal. In that journal, write where you want to be in 10 years. Write where you want to be in 20 years. Write who you want to be. Take pictures of who you want to be and use digital to get there. If you want to be Michelle Obama, use digital to get there. Send her a social message every day till she responds. If you want to be the CEO of Charterhouse, send Theresa a WhatsApp every day till she responds. And that's the power of digital. So get that journal and put the most craziest dreams that you have in it. And you'll be surprised within 5 years and 10 years, the universe will help you achieve it without realizing that you are. So I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Mariam. And finally from you, Regina.
Yeah, so my message is also very simple. I'd like to appeal to all the women and young ladies here, and even some of the dinosaurs, that after being inspired by the panel, you leave here with one takeaway that you run with, but also that you add learning how to code as even a hobby, right? Because now it's going to be reading, math, and coding, the future that we are going into. So just, have that small special power. You can use it whenever you want, however you want, but, add it to your literacy. So make sure that you make the commitment to be a digital literate, but take it a little bit further and learn how to write some code. Thank you.
Thank you. I said it was the last, but Tara and Akosia, what were you smiling about when she talked about coding?
Well, like, please, let's just finish the one we started.
I was actually thinking, I think I might need to learn some coding. Even,
Oh.
I think I might need to.
Thank you. Maybe
That's
next
what I was
year.
thinking.
Thank you so much. It's been amazing. We'll come. Yeah. We need that. When you talked about the grinding stone, it was just last week I was telling my kids, the first time we got a rice cooker, my sister had traveled to Japan, and then she sent a rice cooker from Japan. Then we went to claim it from the post office after how many years when we received it. And I think it was such an amazing thing because I was carrying it on my head and I was following my mom and we were walking through Makola and it was a sight to behold. And you would hear the market women, hey, rice muchichi. And they were chanting all sorts of things. And you felt like you were on top of the world and you didn't even know how it was going to work. Then when you wanted to send message to, your loved ones abroad, you have to use, you were writing letters, and then we moved on to doing the cassette. I don't know if you remember that. You use the tape recorder, you press, and then you speak on it, you pause, you call everyone else to come and talk, and then when you finish, you put it in an envelope, you take it to the post office, and then you go and send it. In fact, it was an SOS message, by the time they receive it, whatever would have happened. So what it is that technology is a beautiful thing, and we all must embrace it to be able to achieve this gender equality that we so speak of and seek. We'll take your questions now. Can somebody help us with a microphone?
So, Adam, there are microphones in the house. So
Okay,
they can
yeah,
use them,
there are microphones dotted around. I see them. So you tell us your name and then you shoot.
All right. It's a long name. I'm like American taxes. Sherry Ann Elizabeth Bernadette Donaldson Thompson.
Okay, which one do we stick with, please?
Mama Lou. That's the brand.
I like that.
MAMALOO. Every poo deserves a loo. Yeah, that's toilet sanitation advocacy. This is an amazing thing, okay? Because when I came to Ghana, you know, y'all had a problem. And we're solving the problem. So I don't mind solving that problem. In fact, most people know I solved that problem. I went to a space a while back. This was so long ago, and it was called Busy Internet. And that's where the transformation occurred for me. I was a busy baby. They called me a busy baby because I didn't know how to code. But that space taught us how to get on the internet and talk to so many people through email. Now my email is snail mail because I love WhatsApp. I'm a WhatsApper. I have 7,000 people on WhatsApp that I interact with. No, I'm not trying to do Instagram, okay? I'm not trying to do Twitter. I'm not trying to do Facebook, although probably I'll end up doing some Facebook this year. Okay, I'm gonna give to that. Stone Age, we wanna go past. But wherever you are right now, Venus is correct, you're already using it. You embrace where you are. Don't feel bad that you can't be on Instagram. I'm not trying to go there. Be happy where you are, doing what you are at this time that's digital. Then you can embrace that, and then you can go further. You gotta be happy with who you are within the digital space. Because if you're kind of, I'm a dinosaur, okay, dinosaurs used to rule the world. Don't be upset at being a dinosaur, okay? And the Stone Age was an age, and we might be going back to the Stone Age because the way we're handling the environment right now might take us back to the Stone Age. So we've got to be clear on what digital means really for your life. It means, again, taking what you have as an identity and just tweaking it a little bit. STEM leaves out a lot of young people because some of us are artists and some of us are designers.
All right.
And so I have an artist there, a makeup artist, I have an ad artist, I have some artists up there that don't do digital the way we think it is. We are artists and designers, and so instead of STEM, we need to get steamed up. Steamed up. Science, technology, engineering, art, mathematics, and design. And we will not leave you out, artists and designers. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll take about 2 more, and then we will wrap up with this session. Are there any more? Okay, yes, I see a hand up. 2 hands, actually. Oh, wow. There are quite a number.
Hi, I'm Risika. And my main question is, how do you overcome your insecurities? Because as Mrs. Tara said, she requested for 14 million naira. So how are you sure you wouldn't face troubles or at the end of the day, not able to pay the money? Sorry. So please, how do you face your insecurities?
Okay, Tara, you might want to take that.
I think some of the women have, thank you for that question. It's a very good question. I think some of the ladies have talked about it. First of all, is affirmations, right? I think it was someone had talked about saying to yourself every day,
It was,
right?
Regina.
The thing is, there's something I do with my children. I have 3 sons, and when they were younger, I had this activity where I would ask them to listen to a group of adjectives and I want them to identify which one they believe describes them. So I would say charismatic. And any one of them who thinks they're charismatic, they would write it. Articulate, eloquent, they would write it. Inspirational, they would write it. What I was doing was basically getting my children to become aware of the things that make them special. Okay? So, I am not quiet and gentle. I am fiery and energetic. Okay? I do not see the fact that I am not gentle as a bad thing. But I see that because I'm energetic, I'm an igniter. So I go to a place and I fire people up. That's the strength. So if I went somewhere and they say, you talk too much, I'll say, well, I need to talk a lot to be able to ignite people. So what I'm saying is you have to know yourself. And knowing yourself is a phrase in Nigeria, not be shame. Know yourself, not be bad thing. To yourself, be true. So I would advise you to sit down, look for different adjectives that describe who you are, what your mom has told you about you, what your father has told you about you, what your sister has told you about you. These are your strengths. These are your superpowers. Become used to saying them to yourself, repeating them over and over again. I am a motivational teacher. I'm an igniter. I fire people up. I'm enthusiastic. Describe yourself consistently with those words so that when you walk into a room, you walk into the room knowing that you bring value because you are aware of your strengths. Great. That's one. Two, the reason why I could ask for 40 million naira was because I kept accounts of my books. I knew how much my business was generating every day. I knew what each branch was generating every day. I was aware of my profit, how much I was spending in terms of expenses. All this information was recorded, even though manually at the time. Now I've become more digital, so I have them more digital. But in the past, I recorded, and I recorded so that I would know. There's a famous hymn that says, count your blessings, name them one by one, and it will surprise you what the Lord has done. That hymn basically says to you, know how much you are generating so that you can be grateful for what you are generating. And every time you keep records of it, you can tell how much you have, how much your business can bring. I could confidently say 40 million because I knew how much I was generating. So if you start a business, make sure that you're conversant with your numbers because numbers tell you a story. That story you can tell to the bankers to prove to them that you are able to pay back on your loan. Thank you.
All right. Akosia wants to quickly.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the first point, which is that sometimes you are not the problem. Sometimes you have to look at who is around you and what is being said to you. So you may have a real bright idea that maybe somebody around you may be like, oh, you can't do that. Are you sure? Or they start saying things that make you doubt yourself, which is okay because maybe people are not sure of how they would do it. So you have to also be mindful of information that you're taking in that goes against what you want for yourself. So if you're saying all these positive affirmations to yourself, be mindful that you need to be strong enough to also know that if there are things that come your way or comments that come your way that don't support how you feel about yourself, you've got to be able to be strong enough to also zone that out or maybe remove yourself over time away from that energy.
Right. Thank you. There were a few other hands up. Okay, great.
Good afternoon. Please, I'm Perdita, and I wanted to ask, I've been so confused about what to do when I'm going to the university, and I really love tech, but then I've been discouraged by people saying everyone is pursuing tech right now, everyone is pursuing computer science, so it has made me, they say a lot of people are pursuing it, so there's a high possibility of not getting a job opportunity in tech. Please, I wanted to ask, how can I develop my love for tech and then make something out of it in the future?
Okay.
Thank you.
Regina. Sorry, what was your name again? Perdita. Kadita. Okay, let me just tell you, first of all, in Ghana, just Ghana, there are 9 million jobs that people cannot do because they don't have the tech skills, right? So there's a huge
Yeah. And tech is broad, right? So find what you are interested and passionate about. You don't have to do what everybody else is doing, right? At a point in time, especially here, people like to hop on something, maybe fintech. Everybody's like going to fintech, or maybe agri-tech or whatever. Find whatever it is that you are passionate about, whatever it is that your interests are, and then you will find something in that space. And the very interesting thing about tech is that if you even come into the space and you feel that there are so many people there, you can create something different, right? So tech allows you to innovate. It's one of the spaces that you can actually come in and say, I want to change this and do something else, right? So don't listen to anybody who says that first there are not enough people in the space. You can find whatever it is that you are interested in. And like what everybody has been saying, like what Tara has said, what all the speakers have said, find the adjectives that describe you. You can now monetize your passion, right? Now, what you are passionate about can be the next big business, because even the jobs of today, some of them will be dead by 2025, right? So whatever it is that you're interested in, maybe like as Tara was saying, maybe back then makeup, everybody's like, what is makeup? Now look at makeup, right? You can even like doing your hair into small dreads. That can be a business that you can use tech to amplify. So whatever that you are passionate about, you see that technology will enable you to take it to the next level. Okay, great. Are you okay, Padita?
I would like to add.
So don't be confused.
I'd like to add, okay. I just encourage you to be curious, you see. You're at an age where, well, this is for everybody, but particularly of your age, you shouldn't be afraid to just have a go. Have a go and see if you like it, you know. Have a go, try your hands at many things and see what it is you discover that you like. I feel one of the things about working with digital and tech is that you need to be curious because it changes so rapidly, right? So don't be afraid to try your hands, and it's okay if you don't like it. But if you never try your hand at it, you'll never discover what it is that you really do like.
Great. All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa. Madam Regina, I would like to know what in the game inspired you to enter into the tech world, and how can I overcome the fear of entering into coding and do better in it?
And let me top up your question for you. There are lots of young people these days who talk about gaming, and you have parents and adults who think it's a waste of time. So please answer her question and address that one too. Sorry, so the first part of the question was, what was gaming? I didn't hear that first part.
What inspired you?
Oh, what about gaming inspired me?
Yes,
for me, it was boring. I wanted more color. You know, you can't tell, but I'm a very colorful individual. I like color, right? So I just wanted to change the color. That was just it. That was what inspired me, right? And going into tech, you know, you can find, like Venus was saying, whatever you are curious or interested about. When it comes to coding and doing certain things, you are right. I actually have a session with parents where I explain to them that they should allow their children to explore, because for some of them, they feel that if they spend time at the computer, they are wasting their time, or, you know, they are not using their time productively. So I would say to you that, you know, this is the great time to try things. Now, YouTube is a great place to learn different things, right? You can learn different ways of doing things. You can even go on and learn coding. I would also now do a shameless plug and say you should check us out from Co Academy. I would love to. In fact, anytime I find a girl interested in going into tech or coding, I want to engage. I would love to have you come, because we like to nurture young girls at this time. But it's really a great time to try exploring. If you don't like something, like Vinny said, you can try something else, but it's good to try your hands. And YouTube, there are so many free online tools now, way more than there were before. So yeah, so start. And if you like games, now that's the cool thing. Gaming is another big industry. In fact, the next stage that we are talking about is gamification in education, right? So now making education more fun, more engaging, you know. So now gaming is also a big space. So whatever space that you are interested in, you can find your passion. And please, let's connect so that I help you get to where you need to go.
Thank you.
So in relation to gaming, Ghana has like an esports association, and it was set up. It was set up about 5 years ago. I remember at the time walking into a pitch and pitching an idea to a client to say that, okay, we wanted to do games. And they asked 2 games here, right? So we asked them all to pick up their phones and tell us, okay, so does anyone play Solitaire on their phone? Does anyone play Candy Crush? And a flurry of hands went up. Everybody games, even if you don't realize it. But more interestingly enough, last year, esports, which esports in particular to gaming, featured in the Commonwealth Games the first time. And Ghana took 3 teams. We have a female esports gaming team called the Queens, and they've won international competitions. There are a lot of career opportunities in that space, whether you enjoy playing the game, whether you want to be a commentator within the gaming space. So anyone who's interested in the esports gaming space, not just playing the games, but there's a myriad of careers that are blossoming within that space. You could go to marketing in that space, you could go into finance in that space, legal in that space is a big thing also. So if you are someone who's pursuing, I think the first question to ask your parent, if they don't understand, is what games do you have on your phone that you play with every day?
I just wanted to add on top of that, last year's Tech in Ghana, we had a whole entire segment focused only on Ghana's gamers. Not only were they playing games, but they had built the games that people were playing. Wow. So the industry is huge, we're getting bigger, and the potential is huge. So I'll just to add definitely to what Venus is saying, that if you have an interest in that space, there are associations, and there are, like you said, plenty of young women in that space, winning awards all over the country. But just in Ghana, we don't seem to know who they are unless you're in that space. But they absolutely do exist.
Thank you. Will that be the last question, or we have some other questions to come?
I have one.
Okay, please let me finish with a young girl, and then I'll come to you. So the last 2.
Hi, I'm Jifa, and obviously every young girl would like to be like you women in future. So I would like to know, how have you engaged young girls over the years, and how do you intend to engage young girls? Thank you.
Thank you. Who would take this up, Marian?
Let me take this.
Her name is Jifa.
Jifa?
Jifa, are you listening?
Are you listening?
Yes, please.
Okay. What I do personally is to hold as many mentorship sessions as I can. I tend to get DMs via LinkedIn, Instagram, asking for how I did this or how I did that. And what I have told myself personally is that the least I can do is to share my story or to guide the upcoming marketers or digital natives. So what I just do at least once a week is to have a coffee date, what I call my coffee dates on Fridays. And I call it my personal mentorship day. And then I choose a person, we meet over coffee, you share your challenges, I tell you my story, and then we take it from there. So that's what I do personally to give back to young girls. I also do attend some of your activities that you have in school, right? So be it whether it's a career day session, I make sure that I am there to share my story and also my learnings. Just like we are here today. I'm supposed to be in 5 meetings as I sit here, but I said it is right and it's only proper that one day I was in your shoes listening to someone's story. So it's only fair that I'm also here today sharing mine.
Jifa, can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Do you have some ideas to share? Do you have some expectations?
Yes, please.
Please share.
So my
or
team...
things you would like us to do a bit more to be able to support you?
Thank you for the question. You answered the question, but I feel it was limited to just those who had the opportunity to sit here. But then in my opinion, we still have people in rural areas who are unable to attend such events. We have people, even in the cities, who are unable to attend these events. They don't have access to mobile phones. So what about them? How do they get to be engaged? They may have ideas, but they are being restricted because they are unable to attend such events.
Okay, so the beauty of what we actually did today is using the power of digital, and that's why we partnered Joy FM. So through Joy FM, what is happening right now is seen digitally. What is happening right now is being heard on radio. So it's very important that just as those of us in the shoes of organizing such activities are present, we also then partner key organizations like the media houses to spread the word. Because with the power of digital, the message then is disseminated. But of course, like you're rightly saying, we have to be very intentional to make sure that we are driving more activities so that all of you can learn more.
Yes. Jifa, is that satisfying enough? Still no. That's how come I am saying that you share your ideas with us. What would you like us to do?
I would have loved if such experienced women could as well visit rural areas and share with the children, because we have people with very good intellect over there, but they are being restricted because of the areas they find themselves. One of the speakers made mention that you need an enabling environment. So they not having enabling environment may restrict them, but then when you people intervene, like you come in, you would, change their lives.
Jifa will take up the challenge.
Thank you.
I'm hoping that next year you'll be here. The ladies here haven't told me to do that, but I am actually going to be following up on them myself, so that next year you will come, and then we will give you a report on what we have been able to do with children in the underprivileged areas. Does that work for you?
Yes, thank you.
And Jifa, also, I will challenge you, because you're so passionate about it, you yourself can solve that problem as well, right? So make sure you get all of our numbers. If you decide you want to do a tech tour in rural areas of Ghana and you want us to come and speak at your event, because it's your passion, right? This is how you give birth to new ideas. It's because you've seen a problem and all you're going to do is try and solve that problem. Do you understand? That's how it works.
Yes.
So what you need to do is build the people around you to help you solve that problem, right?
About that, I managed to start a project in my school that is
beautiful.
Girl. So
This is
would have
it.
loved if any of experienced ladies like this can come and speak to the girls to empower them and help them achieve their goals.
Collect all of our details.
Yes,
Collect
we will.
all of our details. We'll be right there.
Thank you. That
Thanks,
was very
Jifa.
engaging. And then we'll take the last question.
Thank you so much to the panel. I really enjoyed everything from the talks, from the experience. That is where we aspire to be in the next 5 years or 2 years or 1 year. My name is Ruth. I'm from MEST, a future CEO, currently upcoming CEO. And I'm a female entrepreneur. And my question is to all the women on the panel. You as successful women in business, are you actively looking to invest in female-owned businesses? Because we see the VC space is a bit male-dominated. I know I've seen upcoming women investors take part actively in investing in businesses, but us as Africans, what are we doing to fill that space?
Which of you would take it up? Okay.
I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind going. So thanks for the question. I love MEST, by the way. But, that's an area in tech where I'm starting to see a growth, to see more women actually in that space. That's something very early on in this sort of tech arena that I've been in, that I was saying to myself, wow, I actually want to get to a point where I'm able to invest my own money into some of these startups that I'm seeing. But it goes back to what I was saying earlier. I've been on a very organic journey, and only now am I learning myself about what investing really means and how you invest and the best way to invest. Previously, it's been about, VCs and very sort of high-level investment. Now you're seeing more angel investment coming into the market. I'm learning from angel investors so that by the time I get into that space to be able to do it, you know, and I've made my money to be able to do it, that I'm doing it with the knowledge. So absolutely, it's something that I'm interested in. Never really thought about it specifically for women, if I'm honest. I always like to just go with my natural instincts in terms of what I'd want to invest in. But one thing I would like to share is that I am seeing a lot more women in the investment space, which is really exciting.
Yes, and I just wanted to add to what Akosia said. It's definitely true. There are lots more investors looking in the startup space. So personally, based on the work that we do working with different women, we do different types of investment. And one of the interesting ones now is even laptops, right? So we realize that that's even a big gap. For lots of women, no matter what space they want to be in, they believe then they will need a tool. You know, so we've even started out giving out laptops and they pay in installments, right? So these are all some of the things that we're doing. But I'm seeing more investment coming. But the most important thing that I would say is potential female businesses must make sure that, like Tara was saying, their books are in order, that they understand their business, how to tell the story. Because sometimes when we bring investors, it's like the women are not able to tell their story enough to convince people. So, and also I think the last piece is, I would also advise young women to take the opportunity to get a mentor, somebody who would guide them, who will help them, such that when an investor comes, whatever time it is, or an investment comes, whatever time it is, they are ready to receive it.
Okay. Thank you very much, and this is how we will be ending the session. I see we still have...
Let me just add.
Just quickly.
So, I think to look at what you think about investment, what investment is. Investment is not just money, which I kind of got from your question. There was a project where somebody asked, what do you want? And they said, money. What would you give me? What would you do if I gave you the money? The person said, I don't know. Right? So sometimes the investment you need is maybe mentoring or someone else to come and guide you or help you get industry exposure that will enable you in the business that you're growing. So I broaden what you think about when you think about investment.
Yeah, I think what I just want to add is that, especially coming from MERS, it's very important that whatever is being developed is being advertised, because corporations now are looking for faster solutions. You'll be surprised that there are blue chip organizations that are looking for that solutions you've developed. But because your solution is sitting on your laptop waiting for an investor, you think that there's no hope for it. But you'll be amazed by your ability to just put your product out there on certain key platforms that would know about what you're doing. And working with PR specialists to talk about your product, you'll be amazed the calls you'd be getting from corporations who are just looking to solve that one problem, to solve a bigger problem that you're looking to solve.
Great, thank you. So I see that we have quite a number of people who still have questions. Don't worry, our guests are not rushing out. When we're done, please engage them, and so we can, we need to be able to wrap up and then make way for the next session. But Regina, CEO, founder of Strumco Academy, thank you so much for being here today. Marian Ajiman Buahin, Group Head, Digital Marketing, Shiho Holdings. We had Thelma Kwe on Zoom. She is Chief Digital Infrastructure Skills and Empowerment Officer, Smart Africa Secretariat in Rwanda. And then Akosia Annobel is here. She's creator of Tech in Ghana and founder of AB 2020 Places. Okay. Venus Terrier is Director of Business and Corporate Communications at Now Available Africa. And then we had Tara Fela Durotoye, CEO, Tara Cosmetics Nigeria. Thank you all so very much for being here, for sharing your experiences with us and these young ones. You can do better. Happy International Women's Day to you. Thank you. Honestly, to us. And keep inspiring the world around you. Please don't go. We'll be taking a photograph on stage. That's the instruction I have before we go. But don't go. We still have a lot happening around here. We have the Digital Skills Workshop by MEST. and BU by our very own Berla Mundi. It will run from 1 p.m., so I'm sure it started, all through to 4 p.m., an exhibition of female-led tech, e-businesses, and businesses targeted at women will also run throughout the day, so don't go. We have some exhibitors here from Click Fashion and Beauty Shop. MGL is here, Oil of Nature, Gandor, ALX, Bonnie Grain, G Bless African Wear. We have happy hour refreshment drinks brought to you by Casapreco and snacks by Frital. And let me also say a very big thank you to our sponsor, Geisha, Olasta, Casapreco, and Bio16, and also to the multimedia group Joy FM for always enabling the International Women's Summit. To you, Theresa, thank you very much for always coming through with this. And for all of us who are present here, like I said, don't rush. We still have a lot for you. It's running till 4 p.m., so don't be in a haste to go. But it's been a wonderful session. My name is Edem Knight-Tay, Programs Manager, Joy FM. I also host Home Affairs on Joy FM. Thank you for being our guest. We appreciate you. Happy International Women's Day to all of you. Thank you. Okay, so we have a violinist around. We'll take a group picture and then we will be serenaded.
Hello, greet everybody for you. Body just shake bello. Motin so fun tell bello. Deliver like I get bello. Them say I dey go sell. Them say I dey go sell. Destiny to Fortuna. I go make you Joe Dada. Say you get the power. Sweetie passy, I'm a lucky too. Shinji Kagawa. Jesus Christi love our. God them falling yakata. You know I see sabi girl they do. Sabi, oh, sabi, oh, sabi.
All right, thank you very much. So next we have the Impact Awards. For the past years, every time we have the International Women's Summit, we give awards to deserving women who are making impact in their various fields of endeavor. And today is no exception. We're going to be giving this Impact Award to 5 women who are excelling in their various fields. And so I'm going to invite the convener again, Theresa Ayoade, the CEO Charterhouse, to take the stage, read the citations, introduce the people to you, and then we present the awards to them.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had a wonderful time. And I believe that you've been inspired by all the conversations that have been held here today. Whenever we have this August gathering, we always want to use the opportunity to really say kudos to some women who are really charting the path, blazing the trail, and empowering women and girls along the way. But through what they do, their impact has been felt in womanhood, and we want to acknowledge them here. So our first award for the National Women's Summit 5th Anniversary Edition, Impact Women Honors 2023, is the Entrepreneurship Award, and is presented to Tara Fela-Durotoye. This is a surprise to her. She didn't know this was coming her way. As the founder and CEO of House of Tara International, you have blazed the trail in the makeup and cosmetics industry, through which you have empowered over 800 young ladies with the Tara Beauty Entrepreneur Initiative that makes them economically independent while building their entrepreneurial skills. Under your leadership, House of Tara Business Case Study was researched and written by Stanford University and currently being used by Ivy League institutions. Your contribution to the industry and active role in entrepreneurship and empowerment earned you the Most Outstanding Businesswoman of the Year 2018 by the African Economy Builders Awards. You were recognized by the World Economic Forum as a young global leader in 2013, Forbes list of 20 young power women in Africa 2013 and 2020, and Choiseul Institute of France top 100 young African business leaders under 40 in 2014. As a woman who has attained such heights in entrepreneurship and empowerment, we celebrate and honor you with the National Women's Summit Entrepreneurship and Empowerment Award on this day, 8th of March 2023, International Women's Day.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Accra. It seems like every time I come here, I get an award. I'm so moved, and I hope that this inspires you, the young women, to know that as you become successful, you must take the time to develop other younger women behind you, because this is what it's all about. It's about impact, impact, and impact. God bless everyone. Thank you.
The next award is the Impact Women Honors 2023 Empowerment Award. And this award is presented to a very special lady who has spent so many years beautifying us women. I've heard so much about her, and I'm sure every woman here who does braids knows about her. Her fame is far and wide, and we believe she deserves recognition. This award is presented to Alice Donko, of Auntie Alice fame. Alice Donko, as the founder and CEO of Alice Skills and Training Center, you have trained and empowered over 1,000 young women in hair-making skills. Your passion and zest for what you do has equipped young women with a skill set to start their own businesses and become entrepreneurs to further employ and train other young girls. You have been honored by TV3's Today's Woman and Ghana Beauty Awards. Hips Africa also awarded you for being the fastest braiding salon in Ghana. Wow. For your continuous contribution to the beauty industry through braiding and entrepreneurial skills, on this day, 8th of March 2023, International Women's Day, we celebrate and honor you with National Women's Summit Beauty and Empowerment Award.
And say, if you mean call our brain, a treble has been my passion. Me who tinya, mintimintana. I was a so tiny ebbo. To me, kakra, na media bedua. Ubisa Miss Antalis, Koye Bibi, my minim ya count trebon. Sansa no kwana minime. And no kwana manije home. A dear manije one cassa. Na I may also mean say aboa me kwan bebre so. Me success there kasa nyame waye bi. Wa fa trebon so aye niema bebre. Na difficulties no so there edoso. Na make woni nipa edele a edi nipa edwuma edi na woni nipa edwuma so edi no woni ma onya so nipa no mu ai wose onya abotre bi edi abotre bia wode ma no sanse ne ewo pe no nye no na ono wo pe na waba so wose onya no ho abotre na o kire ne ewo pe na onya no ho abotre na wa kire na wo so wa ye ne se ne ese emano eye abutre adwuma nkasa esansa de end of the day kura wo be ya ma ne ho so asan aye fe ama na akọ udin so a na ekro na utimi ye so na aye fe na ekọ a odi nipa bebre bebreo na tempi no the most difficult customer ono ne hwana ono ni obi a obe ma customers bebre adenti na mekanisa ono onim se wo tete ono onim se wo ha bebre nso wo no ho abutre nyina kwan bia so waya manani agi nti opie ya wo se share kwani ho na media ye no kra me wa bomiti amete ameki ono na ebe mo customers bediri nti me ka to aso de manuanom emaba mabunu aye ejuma bia nye tere bonko ara abotre ejuma bia wo ye bia odo focus determination jinawo bibie ni wa obeya emre bibie mu no ne adin wom na otimi twa ne adin na na wo yenkunim difo mfa bote na mmom ne meka che menuanom se mamu masika ni ndimo ni mu nkan mfa adwuma no ode odo no ma adwuma no ne ye adwuma no ma ne nye fe na nipa no nakuma antoni yem nakuma toni yem wi a na edi ekire nso ni nyina ebeba na das Madam Ase, I'll continue speaking Chi. Madam Ase, nyami enshiramo. Emma amadwini ye ho. Sekitwa bia wo ye baby bia obia ehu, obi ehu. Nyami onshiramo. Asedan koma otweri ampo nyankopon. Said ye meka ye na ano. Maba ye wo ha sei. Wo ye bibia determine. Focus. Ugo no eno ana focus. Na mmom ene mabesia de kasie biom. Fa network asei ho. Na me person bibisa question ma anti me nya kwan. Ye mbiti say ye na nka ye nim mobile phone yo maniamai. Ya be ye den na atimi aboa yenso a ye nim no. Mato ama minim se mo be ye hu adwuma mai. Nya me nhira mo.
The next award in this segment is the Impact Women Honors 2023 Tech Award. It is presented to Regina Honu.
Hello, my name is Regina Honu, the CEO of Shunko Academy, a coding and human-centered design academy with a focus on bridging the gender gap. For me, technology is really an empowering skill to have because it allows me to impact millions of lives with the click of a button, and it allows me to create solutions that impact not only this generation, but generations after. I am very proud of the work that we've been able to do, training and impacting over 24,000 women and girls across Ghana and expanding into Burkina Faso and connecting them to tech-enabled jobs. I'm proud of the fact that we've been able to change the mindset and get more women and girls interested in studying and pursuing careers in technology, as well as, coming up with different innovations and connecting these women to dignified and fulfilling work. What has been a challenge is some of the challenges that persist when you work in a male-dominated space. Sexism, stereotype, discrimination. I've also had to learn the art of negotiation. I've also had to learn how to be confident, to develop a tough skin and not to take things to heart. And the final piece is I've had to mute my own voice that sometimes hold me back and tell myself that, no matter how scared I am, because sometimes it can be scary, I keep going. My advice to young women and girls who are aspiring to be great is don't be scared of the little dreams that you have. Don't be scared to take action. If you are passionate about something, you want to do it, make sure that you take the step. Failure is a learning experience. All great people failed. So know that you are more than what you think you are. You are more than capable of achieving your dreams. All you have to do is take that step. So one step at a time, you finally get to where you need to be.
So, Regina, your accomplishments as a woman in the tech industry has paved the way for young people, especially girls, to believe in their potential and work towards them and to ultimately overcome the gender gap in technology. You are an ecosystem game changer awardee. You have been ranked among the top young 50 CEOs in technical and vocational education in Ghana. Your academy has won the most impactful initiative at the Women in Tech Global Awards for 2020. As a woman whose sole purpose has been to build young women to overcome the gender gap in technology, you have and continue to make your impact in the world. And on this 8th of March 2023, International Women's Day, we celebrate and honor you with the National Women's Summit Tech and Empowerment Award. For the next two awards, these are special awards handpicked by our sponsors, Geisha. And I would like to invite Mr. Frederick Asari, the Category Marketing Manager, Skin Cleansing of Unilever Ghana, to make these presentations. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone, and thanks first to our panelists. Very relatable, stimulating conversations that we had. On behalf of Unilever, we have distributors that we work with. And as part of our distribution network, we have some ladies and women who are leading businesses across the country that we want to honor. Now, two of them are here with us, and as part of the roles that they played in digitizing our route to market, which is getting our products from our warehouse to the final consumer, we want to honor them. So I first of all call upon Madame Papita Dayal Serbo. So just a bit of introduction. Papita is our largest distributor in the Western region. She has led her business, Lucky Bazaar, for over 3 decades to distribute Unilever products. And they have pioneered our digital route to market, our B2B and our telesales in the Western and Central region to deliver our products to the last mile consumer. Papita, on this day, Unilever and Geisha We want to honor you for your unrivaled commitment, dedication to leveling the playing field for women in business. You go over and above your role and all that you do with your team to be able to become an epitome of business to young women and women in the society. On this day of International Women's Day, Unilever Ghana and Geisha want to thank you for all you continue to do for us. Ayiko, thank you. Another round of applause. The job that they do is very, very male-dominated. So these are the women who are leading the charge for Unilever Ghana. Again, I'll call upon another distributor that I've closely worked with. I'll call on Nanama Ejapong. Nanama Ejapong, who manages YNK Investments in Tema and Spintex. Can I get another round of applause for Nanama, please? No, just wait for me there, Nana. So, Nana, again, on behalf of Unilever, thank you for the work you do. You lead a business that is our biggest business in the southeastern part of Ghana. You're actually leading a team of over 60 employees, primarily male-dominated, in sales and distribution. You also piloted multiple of our B2B and telesales projects in Ghana, and you led the gateway for us to reach over 50,000 stores as a distribution company. Thank you for all that you continue to do. And from Unilever and Geisha, again, we thank you for being an epitome of business, just like all our other distributors, and for leading the way as a woman in business. On behalf of Geisha, we say thank you and Ayiko.
You don't understand. I had to do this presentation in school and the code didn't work and all my friends laughed.
And sometimes your words of encouragement are all they need to keep pushing on.
See, me engineer. A girl can do a lot more. And you are stronger than those laughing at you.
Of Africa.
Mama, will I ever be a soccer champion for Ghana?
Well, you've got to be like a geisha ball. Staying strong and going so far. Never give up till you reach your goal.
Okay, Mama, I'll be strong and go so far, lasting long like this geisha ball.
Be strong and last long
like geisha.
Welcome to 2019 African Park Rangers Award Ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is so rich
in terms of wildlife.
The future of our ecosystem services depends upon park rangers.
I was sleeping in the bush with a fellow game scout, and then to my surprise, I just woke up being dragged by a lion.
The price of conservation will never be as cheap as it is today. How much of Africa's GDP actually comes from our natural assets?
It is now time for us to salute our 10 finalists. Ladies and gentlemen, it's no easy task to wear that uniform and fight for what you truly believe in.
They're the real heroes. And I want to say thank you very much again. We all respect the work you do, and we all respect the things you've done for the earth.
She want the fun, like if I want time, now she come from what? I think too long, she want to test in my cockara. My dear, make I tell you, I know they one day do like say, me I supposed to go holiday, but I want to stay. She thought I was lazy, she said baby don't play me, when I hear her she be screaming my name. She drive me not crazy, she want it on a daily. She call me on the phone, say she want to know if I come back again. If I come back again, I give her like I'm a Yankee babe. She make her go. I'm a Yankee babe.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
She want the corner, she want the corner, my location.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We have a short break for 30 minutes. If you step outside onto the lawn, you'll find some food vendors. We have a free food vendor machine at the Fry-Tol stand. And we also have some on sale. Drinks and water are free. You can go to the drinks and water stand for some refreshments. Thank you very much. In 30 minutes, we'll be back to start the next session. It will be exciting, and you don't want to miss it.
Come on, pull over. Should be not this kind of things where they make man see ya. And me, I understand, say your dad know like me, rara. See me, I won't make it no, say me there for you, cara. And if not the price be that, I feel like to see ya. I never traded you for nothing. This love will make me the championship. Without you, I know break to love. Without you, I'm gonna get me with this all bingo, bingo.